Good afternoon, and a warm welcome to you from FSU College of Communication and Information's 8th Annual Women in Leadership Conference. Starting 12 years ago as a small mentoring breakfast organized by a student group with 5 alumni and 10 students, this conference has grown to over 50 speakers, 20 community partner organizations, and over 300 alumni and students who were in attendance last year. As part of Women's History Month, the conference joins an international effort to highlight female leaders. Today, we celebrate International Women's Day, March 8, 2021. We continue this event in order to build on our guiding theme through the years: learn, inspire, and engage. The speakers today will focus on many aspects of leadership, using their experiences as inspiration to others. We are here in the Turnbull Center, the room that holds over 325 people for our grand opening each year. This year, COVID has postponed our ability to meet in person, to shake hands, to connect, and to engage. We decided to move forward this year with a set of interviews, some live, some pre-recorded, so we can continue to engage with our students and alumni. The schedule for this year's Women in Leadership Conference can be found at cci.fsu.edu/Women in Leadership. Connect with us online through Facebook and YouTube, join our live sessions this evening, and follow our social media using hashtag WIL2021. As the world addresses this pandemic, our ability to lead is crucial. We look to others for motivation and inspiration. The College of Communication and Information will continue to bring inspired people together in forums like this, connecting students, community members, and alumni for learning, guidance, and fellowship. Our presentations will be recorded and available on the Women in Leadership YouTube channel. I would like to thank you for attending. We look forward to seeing all of you tonight in sessions, and we look forward to meeting safely in person in 2022.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Kelling. I'm Director of Content and Community Partnerships at WFSU Public Media. I'm really excited to be here today with my guest, Denisha Sword. And Denisha is an FSU graduate. She got both her undergraduate and master's degree at FSU, so we're glad to have her back. She's also the Director of External Affairs for the Florida Insurance Consumer Advocate, and she oversees consumer outreach initiatives and communications and media relations. So welcome, Denisha. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure.
So, you know, we're coming up on 1 year of all of us navigating a really challenging time with the pandemic. And, you know, for many organizations, they were able to pivot in a way that they could still be productive and sometimes innovate in ways that maybe will continue past the pandemic. How has your organization, you personally, how have you navigated this pandemic?
Yes, so I remember vividly on March 19th, that was my very last day physically in our office. And so we had to quickly shift to remote work, which was not something that we had previously done. And so it just took lots of adaptation and quick thinking, innovation, you know, getting all of the right equipment and technology and able to do our work from remotely. I work at the Department of Financial Services, which is primarily related to insurance. And so we've seen a lot of insurance companies that have also pivoted and been able to do their work, you know, things such as remote adjusting of insurance claims, providing consumers with applications where they can actually walk around their home, take photos, take video in order to be able to adjust the claim. Whereas previously they would have to physically go into the home, but now they can do so safely using technology.
Do you think that that's something you'll probably continue doing even when the pandemic ends?
I do, yes. I think that it has proven that industries across the board can be productive remotely. I think that was something that was in question previously, but we've proven over the year that we can still be as productive And there's actually been studies to show that employees have been more productive while working remotely.
Yeah, that's really a good point. I mean, it's been fascinating to see how people have responded to working remotely. I mean, I know at WFSU, we have 80% of our team working remotely. And if you had said 2 years ago, could we have done that? I would have probably said no way.
Right.
And I think we've probably been more productive this past year, knowing the need for people to have information than we have in the prior. So, thinking about the students who might be listening to this video, and for students who have had to pivot as well, learn to take classes online, or some of them may be graduating into this very changed economic landscape, what advice would you give?
Yes, and I can absolutely relate with the students now. I actually graduated in the midst of the recession. So everything that I thought was true and would happen, the positions that I thought I would be able to obtain, was not an option at that time. So I think one of the biggest pieces of advice I can give is just to think outside the box and consider other options that they may not be considering before, whether it be a shift and kind of veering off from what they originally thought as a career path, other types of positions. We talked about remote work. There's lots of options to be innovative there. Even starting their own businesses, remote businesses, there's lots of opportunities there. So I would certainly say just be innovative, think outside of the box, and be open to other opportunities, even if they aren't packaged in the way that they originally thought.
Yeah, so being able to be adaptable is really important, and not locked in on a mindset that you can't, look at other opportunities that might be available. I think that's a really good message for people.
Yeah. And I think that, we certainly have goals in mind, but I like to, yes, keep the goals, but be flexible about how you obtain them. Because I think that we've learned over the last year that there are several ways to get to the same goal.
Yep. So when we were talking earlier, you were telling me that, when you first graduated from FSU, you had this dream of moving to Chicago.
Yes.
Your city, you just had this passion. What happened with that?
Yes. So upon graduation and, leading up to graduation, I was applying for every job I could, Chicago, because that was my dream city. I thought that I would be walking down Magnificent Mile with my briefcase and my heels on. And graduating in the recession, that just wasn't an option for me. Every position I applied for, there were times where I was getting emails back saying that that position was no longer available. The companies were no longer hiring. So it was very, shocking to get that type of response. And so I found that I had to adjust and be flexible and be open to other opportunities. And so, quite frankly, those opportunities were right here in Tallahassee for me. And I tell you, that was not my original thought. I never thought I would still be living in Tallahassee, but it has proven to be a really good decision. And that was obviously what was best for me.
Yeah. So, I think that goes to our conversation. The theme of our conversation is don't be afraid of change, and don't get so locked into an idea that you can't be flexible, because sometimes really amazing opportunity might be right in your backyard.
Absolutely. Yes. And that's proven to be true for me. And, even the community aspect of it, I don't think that moving to a larger city would have given me the opportunity that I've had to really just engage and immerse myself into the Tallahassee community. And so that's another added benefit that I never considered before. So not just professionally, but personally.
Yeah, so you've made a home here now, and you've actually, how do you navigate, living in the community, working in the community? how have you kind of made Tallahassee your home?
Yes, so I have looking for various opportunities to volunteer and give back to the community. One way that I've done so is I've created a nonprofit called Notable Impressions, and it's a professional development agency. And so I offer those services to persons who may not be able to afford them, or at lower cost to individuals, and also give away professional clothing to assist students and even those who are currently in the workforce with obtaining new and gently used clothing. So that's one way. I have various boards within board of directors within our community as well, volunteering at food giveaways and other events as well. So I've just sought out those opportunities to give back to our community.
So talk a little bit about you ended up, you graduated from FSU, but then you went back and got your master's. And what were you looking for when you went back? And how long a period was it between your undergraduate and going back for your master's?
There was no break at all. I went directly into the master's program, and it was a fairly new program at the time. It is integrated marketing, management, and communication. So at that time, it was a fairly new program, and it was kind of this emerging trend of what communications would look like in several years. And so I was really interested in that, just that integration part of things, of how marketing, communications, advertising, all of those would work together in the future. And so that really piqued my interest. I always knew that I wanted to obtain my master's, but once that program became available, it was even more evident that this was a program for me, because it was very much so, forward thinking.
So how has that program helped you in your professional life?
Yeah, so it's helped me, we talked earlier about just being open and flexible. And so I definitely can see where the program has helped me to bring all of those skills together. So writing and community outreach and marketing, bringing those all into one person in one position, being able to use those together. And that program really, really prepared me for that, because it wasn't, it was an integration, truly, as the name states. So I was able to use those skills in my various positions, and those that I didn't really think that I needed or wanted, they've become very useful.
What are a few of those that you sort of never thought you'd utilize?
Yes, so I never really considered myself an advertising, true advertising major. And so that's been something that I've learned. I learned in school, and then have been able to use, even in my capacity as various positions, actually, speaking of ad placement and working with firms to do so. So that's been really beneficial.
That's great. And I know when we were talking earlier, you talked about that, you have to write speeches for people, and your writing skills had to be up to snuff in the position you're in now, which is, statewide position, communicating to lots of people. Talk a little bit about that, your job now.
Yeah, and it's a different type of writing. I would say that that's another skill I didn't necessarily think that I would need. I, was certainly used to very formal writing, but I've had to be a lot more creative. Right now I am creating educational programs, and so it's in over the topic of insurance, which of course can be very complex and difficult to understand. And so thinking of ways to creatively present the information where it's truthful and accurate, but easy for consumers to understand. And so that creative writing was something that I didn't necessarily think that I was going to be doing in the future. But again, the program assisted me with that as well.
So I love that reality that, and the thing that I also appreciate, and I think it's good for students to hear, is like, you're working in insurance, but you're not an insurance agent. You're a communications person within an industry. And so for some students, even if they think that they want to go into communications is sort of embedded in lots of different career paths.
Absolutely. It's in almost every industry. I have worked in public health. I have worked for the legislature. now working in insurance as well. And so, and even worked in news. And so it is in almost every industry, there is a spot for someone in communications. And I will just, give this bit of encouragement as well, is a lot of times organizations don't realize that they actually need communications until there's a crisis. That's when they really understand the importance of messaging and strategy. And so a lot of times, we are overlooked at times, meaning we're not always at the table until they truly realize that we are needed. So I would say, just stick with it, remain steadfast, and kind of, be very proactive and vocal about the need for communications and solid, succinct, clear messaging. That's very important for any organization, and almost any industry can use a clear communicator.
Well, I would say that's been proven very true as we navigate this pandemic. Information's been critical and often missing, which is what has caused so much confusion. So
Absolutely.
definitely see the need there. So talk a little bit about your nonprofit, because I just think it's wonderful that you've created something in a way to take your skills and your knowledge and kind of give back to the community. So like what made you start it, and what's your hope for it?
Yes, and the nonprofit is called Notable Impressions. And I started it because years ago, and actually my mom and I, we would work together and we would host garage sales at our home, and everything under about $10. And it could be, from very nice clothing, shoes, and it was home goods as well. But we would price things really low. And we just saw the need for people to have nice things at a low price. And so that kind of morphed into then us doing together the clothing giveaway, which we call Protique. And so we give away professional clothing and accessories. And so then we saw the need there. And so, it's just kind of grown over the years to here's a need within our community and here's how we can meet it. And so professional development has just been something that I've always been personally interested in. And I also see the need because, again, going back to FSU, I learned a lot of professional development skills from the time I set foot on campus. But I know a lot of people don't have that opportunity. And so if I can have notable impressions available to them, providing those skills early on, I think will be very beneficial in the long run.
Great. And how do you get the word out as a communicator? How do you let people know about it?
Yes, and I will tell you, it's quite different communicating for my own nonprofit owned business. And so I've had to kind of put on a different hat and not be so close to it and put on my communicator hat. But certainly social media, we're on Facebook and Instagram and LinkedIn. We also have a website, which is notableimpressions.org. And word of mouth, of course, is the biggest way to advertise. I'm also involved with several nonprofit organizations that, we all collaborate and communicate and share resources with each other as well.
It's great. I love that idea. So, I want to pivot a little bit. You're a busy woman. You have a full-time job. You are a mother. You're a wife. You have your own nonprofit. How do you maintain life balance?
Yes, and I would not necessarily say maintain. I would say always working towards. But it certainly is something that I have to put effort into. I have been known to just kind of take on a lot and do a lot and quite frankly burn out. And so I have learned, and certainly 2020 has helped me to and forced me to learn that I need to evaluate what's important and what impact I'll have being involved and saying yes to a certain thing. And so that's been something I've really taken the time to do, even with, virtual conferences and, other events. I've still taken the time to say, is it really important for me to be there? Will I really have an impact? Is there, a unique perspective that I would bring to it? And if not, then I will have to decline. And I think it's something that I've had to realize it's okay to say no. It really is. And there's always someone else who can help.
That's really good advice. It's okay to say no.
It's okay to say no.
It's important to learn that. So I hope our students are taking note of that.
Yes.
You know, I just love this idea. So many years ago, you came from Jacksonville, correct?
I did.
To attend FSU. And you came and were part of the CARES program, right?
Yes, I sure was. And I started the summer of my freshman year. And so, you know, as I mentioned before, I just was kind of became a part of the FSU community immediately. And I actually visited FSU through another summer program in my junior year. And I felt right at home. It felt like exactly where I needed to be. And I came and I don't regret it at all.
So thinking back to your younger self, would you ever imagine where you are now? Was this part of your dream?
No. No, my dream coming to Tallahassee, I knew and I would have told the world that I was going to be a news anchor woman. You know, I was going to be the next Oprah Winfrey. And I had those dreams and I started working in news when I was in school. And I found out that that was just not the career for me, which was a huge blow. I never imagined that I would not be in news. And so again, going back to change and adapting, I had to really shift and kind of think through what are some options for me.
But you did it.
I did it. Sometimes I feel like I'm still doing it. Yes.
But that's really important because, you know, we tend sometimes to think that we're on this one linear path in life. And life is really like that. It has lots of off ramps and on ramps as we go through. So I think your story is very relevant, especially as young people are thinking about stepping out into that world from the nurtured environment of your college experience.
Yes, I agree. And just being open to various opportunities. And sometimes they are presented in ways that we don't think that they would. And quite frankly, from people who we don't think would offer us those opportunities. So I would certainly say be open and willing to try different things.
And I'm sure there's so many FSU alums out there like yourself that are willing to talk and help and support a student in helping them find that path.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and FSU has several programs. I'm a part of the professional mentoring program, and so the program matches you up with a mentor who is an alumni, and you know they matched. And my mentee, we had lots of crossover in our experience and interest, and so they did a really good job of matching us up. I recently, maybe about 6 months or so, became a part of that program. And so I know FSU has lots to offer as far as mentoring and pairing persons up with mentors.
That's great. So I think we're just about out of time. I want to do maybe two last questions. One is thinking to your future. Where do you see you, Denisha, in 20 years?
Yes. So I have thought about this a lot and hoped and prayed for it a lot. And so I would really like to be able to run my nonprofit full time. And I foresee us having a facility that has classroom space, conference space, and also has a boutique set up for our professional clothing giveaway, boutique. And I would like to be able to provide those services to our community on a full-time basis.
It's great. Well, there's so many different benefit from having such an organization in the community just to help them navigate from that to become that professional they want to be and have the
Yes.
resources to do that. So I hope that path comes true.
I do too. And I really like to stress, especially to students, is that while there are, kind of formalities and common things that professionals, should do, I do want people to know that you don't have to be this cookie cutter professional. You can be yourself. You can have your personality, your style. Just be yourself in the workplace. And so that's something that I really stress as a part of notable impressions as well.
Good advice. Yep, just be yourself, and
Yes.
don't be afraid to ask questions of people. Uh, and I love the advice to find a mentor or many mentors to sort of support you in the work that you're wanting to do, and just get information. It can be challenging out there in this landscape we're living in, but that doesn't mean there aren't great opportunities.
Absolutely. They're there, sometimes hidden, sometimes not in the form as we originally thought, but opportunities are certainly there. And sometimes we have to make our own opportunity, especially now.
That is so true. I think, and that is where some of the programs you're talking about at FSU can be so helpful. Take
Yes,
advantage of the resources of your school. FSU wants students to succeed. They want their graduates to succeed.
they do. They do. And the resources are there available. And most times they are, free as a part of tuition. And so take advantage of those.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a son who graduated from college last year into this crazy world. And that's what I keep telling him. I keep saying, there are people out there who want to help you. You just have to ask them, and
Yes,
don't be afraid to. They will help. Most
yes,
want young people to succeed.
agreed.
Well, I think that we've covered. Are there any other thoughts you have, Denisha, that you want to share before we wrap up this session?
Yes, just one more. And you touched on it earlier as well, but to not be afraid to the status quo, not going along with things as they have always been, because a lot of times people, organizations have been doing things for 20 years. No one can actually tell you why. Why are we doing it this way? And there's a lot of times there are more efficient way to do things. There's a better way to do things. There's a way where you can save your organization money, which is always a good thing. So just be, thinking about ways to be innovative, creative, and never be afraid to share that.
Well, that's great advice. And thank you, Denisha, for taking time to talk with students, talk with me. I've enjoyed getting to know you. And good luck on your path. And life is always evolving, and you never know what opportunities come your way. So congratulations to you on all your success. And thanks for being part of this forum.
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm Laura Barrett, the PhD student in the iSchool and treasurer of the student chapter of the American Library Association. This is Elizabeth Ujimura, an MSI student in the iSchool, graduating this semester, and the president of the student chapter of the ALA. We're here to interview Dr. Laura Spears, FSU iSchool alum and director of the Assessment and User Experience and associate university librarian with the University of Florida Libraries. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Yeah, we thought we would start out with a little bit of an icebreaker and ask you about your preferences for paper versus digital when reading.
So thanks for giving me this opportunity and spending some time with me today. I would say that it depends on what I'm reading. When I'm reading for pleasure, I typically will still go back to paper. But if I'm reading something that is either nonfiction or for work, I like to use digital copies so I can annotate and search and find.
That's great.
Excellent. So can you give us a broad overview of your career path and how you got to where you are now?
Sure. So in almost every situation that I find myself in, I have been allowed the opportunity and just had a natural inclination to voice my opinion or share my ideas. And having done that, I've often been asked to provide the leadership for completing projects or things like that. And so um, when I was young, I worked with my grandfather, and he taught me a lot about how to do work well. So that's where my work ethic came from. And just based on that, I worked in movie theaters for a long time when I was young because I didn't get my first library job that I applied for. So I went into movie theaters and I just was good at management. I liked working with people. And so when I was 17, I became an assistant manager and just kind of stayed in that career for a while. And I was just given, opportunities to move up. And it was a time where it was a highly male dominated field was movie theater management. And so, I just saw it as an opportunity to really make my way, learn about management, learn about the field. And I was given opportunities because I was, in the right place at the right time where the opportunities were being created for women in that field. And so, I had some really great leadership and mentors in that field. And it was the first time that I had heard something like, "Don't be afraid to be a woman in a position of power." And that really resonated with me because it was from someone who I didn't particularly get along with, but we happened to be in a situation, and toward the end of the event, he and I were talking, and I actually thought he was kind of, chauvinistic, and then as we were leaving, he said, "Hey, I just want to tell you this." And when he told me that, "Don't be afraid to be a woman in a position of power," it carried so much weight because he said it. And it was one of those, just off the cuff. It wasn't a formal evaluation or anything. And so that stayed with me for a long time. And I realized that as leaders, as managers, we're viewed with, a sense of having, a certain amount of power, and having that, the things we say carry weight. And so that's when I recognize, in leadership positions, you really get to have an impact on people. And I really liked that. And so in every case, when I decided to go into libraries for a while, I had to kind of sit back and just learn the craft, learn my field. But then when positions came open, I just naturally gravitated to that. And at times I've had to tell myself, when people say they need something done, you could just duck, but not very good at that. And so I went into libraries, and as I was finishing up, I went to the Sunshine State Library Leadership Institute, and Jill Canono was one of my great mentors. And I had to have a mentor from library world. And so Dr. Christy Kuntz agreed to be my mentor. And she was wonderful. And toward the end of it, she said, hey, you have a lot of experience in this HR thing. Do you want to teach? So I said, sure. And so I started teaching, and that's when I realized, I'd really like to do my PhD in this. And so I came to FSU and finished my PhD, and I worked with Chuck McClure from the Information Institute. He recently retired. And that was a great experience, and it, continued to feed my desire to be in positions that were interesting like this and used my ability in research, but also librarianship. And so University of Florida had been advertising for an assessment librarian. And at that time, academic libraries, that was the big thing, is get an assessment librarian. They didn't have a program or a position. They didn't really know what they were looking for. And so that can be challenging, but it was an opportunity for me to really kind of establish some things here at the University of Florida. So, I just not ever been afraid to try different things and to be optimistic about, a positive outcome. So that's really how I got to where I am. And I've always been willing and recognized that the person you meet today could be helpful to you later, and can also be hurtful. So you have to really bear that in mind. Life can be long, and those relationships that you have that you're good with can benefit you, and the ones that you don't take as much care with can really be hurtful, not just to you, but to others. And no one wants that. And so it's important to recognize that everyone around you has the potential to be either an asset in your life, or or can prevent you from being able to access assets that you need to get things done.
Yeah. So I think you've touched on this a little bit, but could you expand more on what your leadership philosophy is?
Sure. So what I've found is that, the need for leadership doesn't really change. It's always needed, but leadership strategies change. And, in the beginning, when I became a leader, the workplace was different. The world was different, and so, I learned to lead and be decisive, and make unpopular decisions at times. But then I started to realize that the world was changing. It's becoming more collaborative. I'm getting older. I don't always have the ability to do that project, but I know people who can do that project, and I can maybe facilitate that. And so I started to realize that part of leadership is not just leading, but it's sharing leadership and mentoring leaders. And so a friend of mine that I work with, she's a colleague of mine at UF, she runs collaborating workshops. And in these workshops, what we try to do is identify people's assets, because we all have desires. We all want to do more or other things, or we don't have what we need to really get a satisfying result from what we're doing. And so we work through these collaborative workshops and focusing on assets, bringing people together who have assets that you might need, or you have assets that they need. And as you go through the workshop, you start to recognize what your assets are. You don't really look at yourself that way, but through the workshop, we identify that. And so it helps you as you're taking this path. It's not a path to leadership. I always say it's a path of leadership. Your path is going to be there. How you approach it is really determined by your willingness to engage in leadership. And so you align your strengths, your skills, knowledge is, your knowledge, your abilities, and your desires with those of others to achieve goals. And so you might not always get to share it the way you want. You might not get to be the decision maker. But, it's important to know what you think about things. So leadership has the quality now of assessing the situation. What does it take and how can you contribute in it? And then, being able to know that even though it's not necessarily going the way that you would prefer, you know what you think about it. And that's the most important thing, is to have your own opinion. I was told a long time ago, have your own opinion, don't share it. But if someone asks, it's like a door opening. They've opened the door and you get to walk through. And I do use that approach with my daughters all the time because they're adults now. If they ask, I share. But if they don't, then I, still think what I think, but I keep it to myself. And same thing in leadership. You know, but the other part of it is that if you are not in a position to be the decider, you can be in a position to use it to learn from. So you're always kind of preparing for the next opportunity. So it's really kind of an approach. It's not a journey to a leadership position. It's really leadership all the way along the path.
So I know you have a broad research background, and I wonder what you've gained from your research that's fed into your leadership philosophy.
Well, so my research has helped me in a couple ways. First of all, when I was at FSU, I worked with Dr. Marcia Martis, and she told me one day, you need to remember to build in time to think. Thinking takes time, and you need to plan for that. And so I started to realize that if I didn't give myself time for reflection before I sent that email or made that phone call or sent a text message, you can always do something later, almost always, not always, but almost always. And so in doing research, I realized that I take all this information in and I need time to kind of think about things. And then more recently, in working with the collaborative workshops, the whole concept of appreciative inquiry, which focuses on very positive, open-ended, very personalized questions, can really support, understanding others and yourself, and discovering assets and revealing things about people. And that has really impacted my leadership. It's made me more of a listener rather than someone who has to dominate a meeting.
So when you were an MSI and PhD student, is this where you thought you would be? And kind of what do you see as potential roles for future MSI PhD graduates?
I think you have to really think broadly about how you want to use your education and continue your education. And so, if you're going into librarianship, certainly, it's still a really vibrant field. And when I became a librarian, I always wanted to be a library director. I can't see myself being in an organization where I don't feel like I have an impact. On the days where I struggle at UF, it's because I'm a small fish in a very big pool. And, and sometimes it's really difficult to have an overall organizational impact. But so I just kind of shift and, make sure I'm having a one-on-one impact with people through my work. For others, I think there are opportunities. I think you have to kind of understand yourself, what makes you happy on a day-to-day basis. I used to think in one job that I had that I wanted to have my boss's job. And that's always what I tell people, if you don't want your boss's job, you should think about where you are, because if you don't want that job, what are your other opportunities in that? And if there aren't other opportunities to grow, are you still going to be happy? And so, I think it's important to kind of look at what other people around you are doing and what kind of organization you're joining. So, for, for library, the library field, I think, there's a huge difference between public and academic libraries. I think skills can transfer. I did it, I worked in public and now I'm in academic, but they're different. So I think that overall, there are a lot of fields though that offer opportunities for people who have the kind of skills that we have. We're really good at working with information. We're resourceful. When I was at FSU doing my PhD, we studied students, in information technology. And we were looking at what employers want, and employers really are relying on IT workers to be resourceful. And that's true today. When I'm at work, we get new software, there might be one training and then you're on your own. And so, I go through a lot of different resources to try and improve my skills. So I think there are a lot of opportunities in other fields if librarianship isn't the one that you want to do. Librarianship is still a service field, and it's not for everyone. But fortunately, you have lots of choices.
So information is still a pretty female-dominated industry. So what do you think are the challenges for women in the field, and what challenges have you faced specifically?
Well, I've been working for 40 years. And so those challenges have changed a little bit. In a female-dominated industry, I think it's important in librarianship specifically that, that we reflect the communities that we serve, because libraries are resources for their community and they're very identified by the community that they serve. Not every library is the same. In fact, they're almost all different in some ways. And so the challenges for women are to, very much the challenges that men have faced in being, open to changes that technology introduces into the field, and not to fall prey to stereotypes about what our abilities are. I think that still happens. I have two daughters, one's in hospitality management and the other is, a professor at Ohio State, and her specialty is civil engineering. And, I think a long time ago, I was told that I wasn't good at math, and that's not true. But it took me a long time to realize that. And I think that the challenge is to have confidence in yourself. That's still the biggest challenge I find for women, is having confidence in their own abilities and that what they bring to the table is really valuable and sometimes is a better intuitive approach than the ones, that are being trained for people. So I think that in a female dominated industry, we're still not necessarily, the ones in positions of power, and we need to ascend to that and stop being afraid and don't worry about making unpopular decisions. It's going to happen, but that's okay. People move on, or you figure it out and you make changes. And so I think that it's to not be what we were taught to be, but to be ourselves.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
As a female leader in the information field, how would you empower all women regarding? Kind of touched on some of this with your last answer, but it'd be interesting to know, how do you thrive?
Well, I think how you thrive is you spend time with current female leaders. A lot of times jobs, especially jobs you have when you're younger, they can be really important because they teach you what you don't want to do, and that can be really valuable. And when you spend time with current female leaders, leaders just tend to drop advice or information at the most random of times. And so I think that, spending time with people, being intentional, calling them up and saying, hey, can I take you out to lunch, or can I just come meet with you and talk? And that's really, empowering. And, also empowering is keeping your skills, sharpening the blade. That's really important, is, keeping your skills up to date, because technology is brutal, and younger generations, I tell my daughters all the time, you guys are going to change jobs multiple times, and skills do transfer, but they don't always transfer in the same way. And so it's, the challenge is going to be for your generations, is to keep your skills up to date and stay fresh and open to new ideas. And it can be really rewarding to recognize when you're not the one who has to be the leader anymore. You're the one who has to mentor the leaders. Mm-hmm. But when you do that, I recently had someone call me who worked for me 25 years ago in movie theaters, and he told me how much of an impact I had on his career since he left movie theaters. He was probably 17 when I worked with him. And that was really eye-opening to me, that just the day-to-day way that you deal with people was really impactful. So I think just, really seeking those people out. There are a lot of different female leaders in this field, but in others, I think it's just really important to spend time with them and see how they're doing things and what they think.
Yeah, and kind of along those lines, do you have any examples of the way that you've seen women leaders impact librarianship?
Sure, I think you can see a lot of it right now. I think, the people that I think about, some people who are alums of FSU, Amelia Gibson and Aisha Johnson, they are people who've honed their skills. They are educated, they're knowledgeable, and now they have an opportunity to have a voice about the things that impact them. And, the problem of retention of people of color in librarianship, which is a big problem. And they are in the right place to speak to that. They've done the work, and they've developed their voices. And to me, that any opportunity we can provide them to share those voices, is what we should be doing. And so there's some examples of women who've been working at this for a while, and now they have an opportunity to hopefully lead us to a better place.
So I think we're going to start wrapping it up right now. And so do you have any other thoughts to share about women in leadership?
I think that, I think in terms of organizations that you can learn from, FLA is a good example of an organization that provides you the opportunity to network and to work with others and to find mentors. And whether it's that organization or any other kind of discipline-specific organization where people are doing what you want to do, it's the best way to know for sure, that is what I want to do, or no, that's not what I want to do. So I think that the more that you can do that, the more confidence you'll have in your choices. And I think that's really what we need is, to make confidence building an asset that we all have, so that, leadership comes a little bit more naturally and successfully.
Great. Yeah.
So how can people follow your work or get in touch with you?
Well, I don't use Facebook, and Instagram is my daughter's queendom, so I don't go there, but I'm on Twitter at Spirits PhD, and I am also on LinkedIn.
Great. Well, this has been awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, and we've had a really good time.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Nikki. I'm a junior art director at Chemistry Agency in Atlanta.
And I am Brianna Boalo-Teasias, and I'm account supervisor at 1035.
Awesome. So happy International Women's Day, everybody. I'm super excited to talk to you today, Brianna.
I'm excited to be here. Thank you for taking time to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. So today we're going to have a conversation about the power of being an entrepreneur. And for those who don't know, an entrepreneur is a manager within a company that promotes innovation. So my first question for you is, can you tell us a little bit more about the work you do at 1035 and how leadership plays a role in it?
Absolutely. So at 1035, I'm an account supervisor, like I mentioned. So I am on the account management side or within the account management practice. And so a lot of my day-to-day is really troubleshooting with the client in real time. So, navigating those difficult conversations of when we have to push creative and, we need to make sure we're in line with things that are trending and popping and from a pop culture standpoint, as well as meeting like the client's goals and objectives and KPIs, right? And so a lot of my job is being the intermediary between our internal practice as well as the client. And so from a leadership standpoint, I'm always trying to protect our internal ideas as well as make sure that I'm advocating for the client internally to make sure we're reaching those goals.
Okay, cool. Do you ever feel like what the client wants versus what what is in pop culture, what is currently trending kind of clashes? And how do you deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every account person would say yes. And so I think, again, it's having those conversations of, and one role of my job is to build trust with the client so that they know that when I'm speaking to them, I'm coming with the best intentions for their brand in mind. And so part of that is leveraging the trust that I have with them to like have those difficult conversations, right? And it's like, hey, I know you really wanted to do this for, a holiday, but at this time, like it's just not within, the cultural realm of where we should be. And this is how we should be communicating with our target audience and really leveraging our expertise as an agency to navigate those conversations as well.
Awesome. So you were in MAPE summer of 2016, correct?
Yes.
And you did your MAPE internship at Ogilvy?
Yes, in Chicago.
Awesome. Sweet. And so for anyone who doesn't know, MAPE stands for Multicultural Advertising Intern Program. It's a summer internship program where students of color can be placed in different advertising agencies across the country. So tell me about your experience with MAPE.
Yeah. So MAPE is absolutely great. And I mean, just from a networking standpoint, I made some lifelong friends through the program. And so I am always going to advocate for that. If you can do it. From an experience perspective. So, part of MAPE is that was like one of the first opportunities for me within like coming out of college or about to end college, of where I really had to advocate for myself. And, part of the application process, as you know, is like you put together your package, right? And so like you put together a video and you put together a small essay and all these short answers of why you are someone who, deserves to be hired essentially. And so that was like my first, I guess, exercise in my personal brand in real life. Cause I oftentimes did it in class, but this was like a time where I'm like, okay, this is for a professional job. So that experience alone was just so educational for me, and learning how I wanted to come it to life for a brand that wanted to hire me. So that was interesting. And then actually having an opportunity to go to Chicago for the summer to intern with Ogilvy was phenomenal. I had a great team. I was on the Kimberly-Clark team, and shout out to all of them. They were amazing in honing my skills and really setting up challenges where I was able to learn within that summer and really apply practice in real time, as well as giving me the grace to make mistakes and learn from them so that I could be a great account manager moving forward. So it was absolutely phenomenal. And then the MAPE Summit at the end, where you meet all of these students at the end of the, summer to really just come together, was amazing. MAPE is awesome.
It really is. It's super great. So you said when you were applying for MAPE, it's kind of like the first time that you're fully advocating for yourself and putting yourself together as like a package. Did you see any obstacles with that? Like, did you have any issues in certain areas of advocating for yourself?
Absolutely. I always joke, I felt like in college I did everything, right? And so, and part of college is you get to explore so many interests. And then this was the first time where I had to sit down and say, if I had to describe myself in a sentence, what would that be? Even from the account management side to the strategy side, there's just so many different avenues within communications that you can go in. And up until that point, I hadn't, I guess, thought about, okay, what lane do I want to be in, or what lane do I want to start exploring? And so this was, it was truly a time where I sat down and was like, okay, how do I do this? And then really honing in my interests. So knowing that, okay, I like communications, but I'm not really always a creative, right? And so really having those honest conversations with myself and understanding my strengths to know what path I wanted to go down to for the program.
And how would you suggest that other undergrads figure out what their strengths are and, navigate that as well?
Yeah. First, take a bunch of internships, whatever internship you can do. And I think that right now in this time, the experience of remote is really beneficial. So intern as much as you can while you are in your sophomore and junior year. And then, you're able to kind of figure out what you don't like and what you do like, right? Before you get to become a senior, you have so much time. Even when you do your summer after senior year, you have time to explore that, which is what I did with MAPE. And so it's something where use those internships beforehand, just to figure out what you like and explore your interests. Don't, even if you know that you want to, let's say, be an account manager or you want to be a journalist, try something else before you get to that, right? See if you maybe like something else that you've always wanted to try and haven't done it yet. Do that and take the time before to explore that. before you get to a point where you have to start making concrete decisions.
So then was there an internship where you did the whole thing and said, this is not what I want to do at all? But did you have that experience?
Yeah, I did. So in my freshman year of college, I was actually I was a student at TCC as well, and so I did a broadcast like journalism internship because going to college, I knew I wanted to do communications, but I didn't know what it was within communications, and so I did broadcast journalism internship with TCC 22, and although my team was phenomenal, I quickly realized I did not want to be a journalist, right? And like I was like, I don't want to be on camera. And then I took my writing too personal to write scripts to get crushed. And so I was like, this may not be the path for me because I take it super personal when, my producer tells me this, I can't go on like, you just can't go on air or, you have to revamp this. And I'm like, well, it was perfect, And so it was a great experience for me because I appreciate the art of the field, but not necessarily something that I wanted to pursue long-term.
Gotcha. Yeah, definitely relatable there. So what are some things that you've done in your career to promote innovation in whether it's in your position or your field or with a certain client?
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think that the entrepreneurship aspect has always been for me the ability to say yes to everything. And so early on into my career, when I was hired full time at Ogilvy, I went into a hybrid account role. So I did traditional account management and digital account management. And so that was like my first real window into being like, you don't have to follow one track. And so from there, as I left and went on to other positions, I really did take the opportunity to raise my hand and say yes to almost everything. So, as an account manager, I was exposed to influencer marketing and, digital comms and project management. And I've had the ability to really dive deep into different practices within agencies to really narrow down the trajectory that I want to go. And now it's a benefit because now I can wear so many different hats from an operation standpoint and really understand the process of what it takes to get work done. And so, thankfully, I've been at companies that have allowed me to really explore and give me that room to just be like, okay, you want to try it? Go for it, and have the ability to fail forward in a graceful way. So that's been a blessing. And so that's how I've done it so far in my past.
Yeah, that sounds great. So obviously advertising is a very fast-paced, heavy workload industry. Saying yes to everything is super awesome in the beginning, and then you start to feel burnt out. So when did you find yourself saying no, and how did you work up the strength to finally do it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. And it's like the inside joke is always agency years is like dog years, right? So like for every 1 year in agency, it's 7 years. But I think for me, especially in my more junior roles, it wasn't about like burnout. It was about getting as much experience that I wanted, right? And so when I was a AAE, an account executive, and even in the beginning of being a senior account executive, it was for me really making sure that I understood how I wanted my career to look 10 years from now. And the only way I could do that is through exposure. And so once, I got a different experiences under my belt, that's when I started to map out and be like, sit with my manager and be like, okay, I've tried this. It was great. This is how I want to move forward. And this is how I see my career growing. And so I think it took me about, 4 years within my career to start being like, okay, this is what I'm going to say yes to from now on. But I want to encourage people, especially when you're just starting out, to be flexible and be open because, especially at a time where now I'm able to truly jump in when there's a shortage and help out with the team, which is always a benefit and an asset for an organization.
Awesome. Super helpful. It looks like we have a question from Elizabeth Rosario. So you mentioned when you joined MAPE, it was the first time you had to develop your personal brand. What are some ideas or suggestions for everyone who is so scared to do that?
That's a great question, Elizabeth. I think we now have so many tools that we can use to our advantage, right? There's Instagram, there's LinkedIn, there is Twitter. And so I think some suggestions I would recommend is start looking for people who are doing things that you're interested in doing, look at their LinkedIn and see what language, what verbiage they're using to market themselves for other professionals, and start seeing if that emulates what you want. And from there, that's how you can start honing your brand, right? So like within communications, again, there's like strategy, there's brand strategy, there is consumer and product goods, there's so many different realms. And so start pinpointing what are those specifics that you're interested in, and then use Google and LinkedIn search to start Googling those keywords, and then see how other people are doing it, and then start honing that to match your brand authentically. So start matching that to be yours, and put your spin on it, put your flavor on it, I should say.
Awesome. So you started out at a really big agency. Ogilvy is huge, super awesome.
Yeah.
Did you ever feel unseen at Ogilvy, and how did you navigate that? And do you have any suggestions for other people who have internships or they're just starting out who kind of feel unseen, unheard, and want to make more of an impact?
Yeah. So I will say this. I'll say at Ogilvy, I didn't really have that. I think at my next job, so I worked at Ogilvy, then worked at Edelman, and now I work at 1035. At Ogilvy, I felt like I was seen, and I had a great team for that. And, I was able to really do things that I don't think a lot of AAEs had the opportunity to do. When I went on to my career at Edelman, there were periods of time where I felt a little unseen. And I think what I had to do was start advocating for myself and talking to my managers and really using them as a resource to be the voice in the room when I wasn't there, right? And oftentimes people talk about like having an advocate and then a champion, right? And so how do you network within a huge agency, right? Because both agencies, they were global and they're massive, right? So you're one out of 1,000. So how do you use your network based off of the work that you're doing? So doing good work is step one to being seen, right? I have to be able to back it up. But then also, so within those teams that I'm working on, how do I use them as my network to be my champion when I'm not in the room? And so I think part of it was twofold. One, I had to show up to work and do it. And then the second one was being my advocate within those smaller circles with my manager, with my boss. That was amazing, to talk to them, to be like, hey, I really want to work on this project. I saw it come down the pipeline. How can I get on it? Or, hey, I'm really interested in our Black Employee Network group. Is there a way for me to, get 5% allocation of my time to help lead that? And I realized once I started having those conversations on my behalf and didn't assume that I should just get it, I was able to have a voice and be, promoted to do things that I necessarily wouldn't have done had I not spoken up for myself. I think part of that is the assumption that, everybody's always thinking about you, and it's not always the case because agency is so busy, and so making sure people thought about me by bringing it to the attention every opportunity I got.
Yeah, absolutely. So moral of the story, be your own biggest advocate, your own biggest fan.
Always. And I think that's I know it's cliche, but it's so true. And it's just I think that the best way to start that is doing great work and then being able to leverage your great work and your use of talent to do more.
Awesome. So I personally think advertising and marketing stands to benefit from racial and cultural diversity. So I know you work for an agency that really hones in on understanding culture. What do you think the advertising industry's role is in influencing culture?
Great question. We tell people what they want, right? That's kind of the art of advertising and integrated marketing. It's we really are the pioneers on helping push information and products and services and stories to the forefront of telling people what's relevant on so many different platforms. And so I think our role as advertisers is to now tell these stories. It's always been, but even more so now, is to tell these stories while meeting people at their different intersectionalities in an authentic way for brands. And so that's going to continue to be our job. And that's going to be, something that we continue to push the envelope on, and making sure that when we talk to consumers, not only are we telling them what's, trending and what's, culturally relevant, but what's also important from just a human to human day-to-day interaction point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think we have a couple questions.
I'm seeing those now. So we have a question from Kelly Newbro. Are there any certifications that people in the communications field can get to stand out?
Yeah, so yes, there's a whole bunch, right? And depending on which path you want to go down in communications, there's always like your Google certifications. When I was at Florida State, I actually started I did the student version of like your public relations certificate. And so I got that. And so if I wanted to, I think with the next like 10 years, I'm able to go and take the part 2 to get like officially certified, but I think even having that on my resume helped me stand out. So like if you're a student, take advantage of the PRSA PR certificate because you get certified in the principles of PR, which is a benefit. And then, just making sure like, if you are going to go into the digital space, get ad analytics and being able to get certifications in like those tools that are free, but also help you have an advantage of knowing what professionals are using.
Yeah, absolutely. And FSU also has a certificate, the Hispanic Marketing undergrad certificate. I think they have a graduate one as well. I definitely suggest you guys get that.
Yeah. Take advantage of all the FSU resources.
Yeah, absolutely. While you can. Let's see. We have a question from MJ Little. Any of you as an FSU grad want to share how they would manage the racial overtones of Harry and Meghan?
Any of you as an FSU grad?
I'm assuming that's the royal family people.
Mm-hmm. And I'm assuming you mean in the sense of as communication professionals. I guess this is a little tough in the sense of there's so many different, I guess, ways you could manage that conversation as a woman of color. It's tough to hear. And the saying is there's two sides to every story. So without knowing fully the context of the other half of the story, I think the best way that I can manage is to be supportive of, a woman's story that's come out and she's standing in her truth. So to support that as best as I can by making sure that as a woman of color, I'm doing my part in echoing those, conversations. And as a communication professional, I saw you just followed up here. The PR person in me thought that, the interview was well managed. And I think that they gracefully talked on those conversations from a race standpoint. It's disheartening to hear that, this is still an issue, but we also know that there's so much work to be done. So.
Cool. And on the topic of standing up for other women. I once heard someone say that one woman breaking the glass ceiling just causes the glass to fall on someone else. How can we ensure that that doesn't happen in our industry, especially as women of color, where, there are a lot of white women in leadership now doing the groundbreaking? What does that mean for us?
Yeah. So actually one of my favorite quotes, and Oprah said it, is like, when you walk through a door, reach back to bring someone else with you. And I think that is so important, especially as women of color. And I think part of it is putting yourself in positions where you're able to be a decision maker when you can. And that, it oftentimes isn't easy, right? It means requires more work. So like, for example, at my time at Edelman, I was over the internship program for my practice. And so making sure that I looked at the full gamut of resumes that were available, and giving people a chance that may have had a different background, right? Sometimes as hiring managers, we look at resumes and we look for the similarities in our resumes with people, but sometimes a difference of thought or experience can bring so much to the table, whether you are a minority or not. Just having a different experience can help bring another person that can add so much benefit to the team. And so I think that's part of being in a position where you're able to help make decisions. But then also I think part of, making sure that this glass doesn't fall on other women is volunteering your time where it matters, right? As a person growing up, I didn't see a bunch of women of color in my position, right? And so now I make sure it's a priority that I am speaking to classes when I can, and, offering, LinkedIn, if you hit me up, I'm like, yeah, let's have a conversation, initial coffee chat or whatever, and continuing to be a person that's a resource for people if they have questions, because a lot of people just don't even know that these opportunities exist.
Yeah, absolutely. So advertising is taking some steps to improve, luckily. Are there any professionals or agencies that you feel are really kind of on top of that right now?
Yeah, and so I'll answer that question, and then I want to make sure I answered Kelly. Sorry, Kelly, I know yours just popped up. And so Nikki, your question was, is there any agencies or people? Sorry.
That are, lost my question. Where did it go? That are making the right moves towards racial diversity and innovation in the industry.
Yeah, I mean, and I think this past year, we've seen so many different, companies and organizations like really making statements and being bold about it. I would say Boz St. John, she's currently at Netflix, but she's like a powerhouse, right? Like she's having these difficult conversations as a woman of color about, just how hard it is to navigate communications fields. And I think, there's just so many. I'm like blanking right now, but yes, organization wise, I think so many have been doing it. It's hard to like pinpoint one, but I know that my agency at 1035, we're continue to have these conversations and continue to push clients to have these conversations. So
awesome. All right, so we have a question. Can you speak about working as a young professional on teams with members who are more experienced? How do you establish credibility?
Yeah. So I think that really comes down to, like I mentioned before, doing the work. And so, when you come I feel like as a newbie on a team, you're like, oh, these have so many fresh ideas and this, and I want, talk about this. And there's a balance of bringing a fresh creative perspective or a fresh idea or a, fresh thinking to the table, but there's also a balance of respecting tried and true efforts, right? And so like the reason why you work with experienced people is because they've been at a place longer, that they know what works. And so I think part of it is when you're a young professional, come in and learn first, right? Like don't come in on day one trying to change a whole organization. I think you learn the organization and learn the best practices of that organization. And then, once you've shown that you can do the work their way, you can always modify. I'm the queen of, I saw this campaign worked really well. Have we thought about this, And so it's like you're giving credit where it's due, but then you're also offering up another lens to it. And I think people, especially, more experienced professionals, are more open to hearing an idea of a junior team member when they know that the person can handle the work that's already been done and they have done it well enough. And they're like, oh, okay, let me take a minute to think about that. And, how do you think this will work? Or how do you see this coming to life? And you're able to articulate from that point. So I think it's a little bit of a balance, right? Respecting what's already been done as a best practice, but then doing the work yourself to know when you can show how to optimize something or process.
Yeah, absolutely. What is something that you know now about the industry, about your career, that you wish you knew before graduating?
That's a good one. I think I mentioned this last week on one of our calls, but I think it's like now I'm like as an account manager and as a practitioner, I feel like a lot of our industry is, it's really just about simple communication. Like, I think I like really undervalued that in the beginning of my career. I always thought it was about, having the best creative team, having the best strategy team, having the best everything and being a perfect account manager. But now as I've gotten, a little bit more seasoned in my career, it comes down to simple conversations that can make such a difference in how things are rolled out and executed, especially when, you're in client services. And the power of just the trust of simple communication has been something that I think has been a surprise for me.
That's very fair. So my final question before we switch over and answer some of the audience's questions: for other Black women and women of color wanting to start their career and improve the industry, do you have any advice for them?
Say that last part one more time. Sorry.
Do you have any advice for them?
Any advice for them?
Yes.
I'm gonna, I guess, be a broken record here, but join organizations that can help you network. I think the power of networking is so vital, especially within this communication field. You don't know how many times I've gotten opportunities because I went to, public relations meeting, and or I, volunteered to help, write a paper for a women's nonprofit or what. And the amount of opportunities I've gotten from that is just being a vessel to be able to like just tap in, just be like, okay, I'll do it. Like I'll volunteer, I'll do this. So like for women of color that are looking to break into this industry, network, and don't just network in minority groups, network in the general, pop groups as well. Like make sure that you have your foot in both worlds and you're able to really utilize your resources on both ends, because you can really find an advocate anywhere. And so don't limit yourself to just one group. Everywhere. Go be wherever you can possibly be. And, especially in the time of remote, join those Zoom calls, join those Zoom happy hours for a PSRA or, the NABA or whatever it is. Like join them all and, network.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's turn to audience questions really quick. What is good information to have on your resume?
Ooh, I think the basics, right? It's beyond your skills, like besides like the Microsoft Office, right? Like make sure you're having, and I guess it's twofold. If you're a student, really talk about what you've done through your internships and how you've helped make change within the organizations that you interned at. And then as a professional, I think, your experience speaks for itself, but sometimes the intangibles are really nice to like know. I know that for me, I, recently pivoted to like more outside of like my hard skills, my intangible ones, right? How my like client services, that's such a big deal, but how did I navigate a conversation to see, creative get pushed through when it was difficult to, when we had no budget? Like seeing that as a hiring manager is so important, because then that somebody's able to jump in on a job. So I would say, highlight your intangibles as well as, as students, the different changes, whether it's a small or big scale change of what you did to make a difference at your organization.
Absolutely. Does anybody else have any questions?
I know we were getting some great comments in this, and I was.
Yeah. All right. Well, any last thoughts on entrepreneurship?
I mean, I just say, I know that in this age, when everybody is trying to be an entrepreneur, sometimes the idea of working for an organization doesn't seem as glamorous, but entrepreneurship is such an opportunity to take bigger risk, be more innovative and creative in an organization that already has processes that you're able to really make effective change. And so don't underestimate the power of being an entrepreneur when you have creative and innovative ideas and thoughts, be that change in the organization, because it could really pay off.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here with me and having this conversation. Before we go, how can viewers get in contact with you if they want to hit you up for that initial first conversation coffee or whatever it is?
Absolutely. Please find me on LinkedIn, Brianna BT. It's literally Brianna BT. And I'm same thing on Instagram, Brianna BT. So yeah, I'm there.
All right, awesome. Well, thanks everyone so much. Happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day. Take care.
You too.
Good evening. I'm Chessa Goodman, and this is my friend Hannah Eugenio, and we are both grad students in FSU School of Communication, Science, and Disorders Master's Program.
And we're very excited for this opportunity to speak with you today, Faith. So thank you for taking the time to meet with us. We appreciate that.
I'm excited to speak to fellow FSU grads, or future grads, I should say.
Well, to get us started, we wanted to get to know a little bit more about you personally. Can you tell us a little bit about your career background? So just some of your various positions and roles.
Okay. My career background is not super glamorous. I graduated from Florida State with my Bachelor's of Communication Sciences and Disorders in 2005 and stayed on at FSU, graduated with my Master's in Communication Sciences and Disorders in 2007. After completing my CFY, I returned back to my home country, the Cayman Islands, where I was able to found the speech therapy service at the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority. And that has been my ongoing role from 2008 to present. My official title is currently the Senior Speech and Language Therapist. That is a cultural thing. We are British Overseas Territory, and so we use the UK terminology of a speech and language therapist versus speech pathologist. And in this role, I am also the acting team lead for occupational and speech therapy services for the Cayman Islands Services Authority. And I provide services from birth through end of life, whatever the needs of the country are, those are the needs that I serve. So that is my career to date. And it's been a very enjoyable decade plus of service in the field of communication sciences and disorders. And I'm looking forward to many more years in this role and continuing with service development.
Well, that's awesome to hear that you have a very similar start to what we are in the middle of right now. So do you currently maintain like a clinical role as well as a leadership role?
I do, yes. We have very few speech therapists that offer medical speech therapy services. So yes, I do maintain a clinical role. Currently, my caseload is about 60% pediatric, 40% adult, and it's very varied. I have premature babies that we're working on transitioning from tube feeding. I have toddlers with autism, young adults, we're working on AAC. I have TBIs, we're working on getting back into the community. I have adults with dementia, I do neuro groups, I do home health, inpatient, outpatient, everything that we do, I do. So that is a part of my day-to-day role. So in addition to that, I do a lot of policy writing, a lot of procedures, really just helping to develop the role of rehab in the Cayman Islands and also throughout the Caribbean in some of my volunteerism efforts. And just do a lot of just service development. So since I've been here, I've been able to help establish a newborn hearing screening program. That was something that we did not do before that we're able to do now. We do autism screenings now. Before we had to send children to the US or to Jamaica or to other larger countries in order for them to get a diagnosis of autism. Now that's not the case. We're able to provide assessment and treatment for children with autism in-house. We now have dysphagia protocols. We now follow international dysphagia diet guidelines. We also have a stroke protocol and neuro rehab protocols. So it's very exciting. And so our next kind of target for service development is increasing our pediatric feeding capabilities, implementing fees. So we're hoping to get a fees machine for the island next year, hopefully, and also working on becoming a dementia-friendly facility. So doing just formalized training as a certified dementia practitioner so that the members in our community who have dementia can come to a place that's safe and welcoming and is able to meet them where they're at.
Wow, that is amazing. You really meant it when you said from birth, like across the lifespan, you are covering every basis possible within our field, which is great to hear.
It's very different here. Oh, sorry.
No, you were fine. Absolutely. What was that?
No, I was going to say it's very different in the Caribbean than it is in the States. you just don't have access to a lot of the facilities, the resources, the personnel, things that are often taken for granted when you're trained in a bigger country like the US or the UK or Canada. And so you really have to be a jack of all trades, because it's like working in a very rural environment. And particularly with COVID, with the borders, our borders have been closed for almost a year now. So going overseas to get supplemental input is just not an option for our patients. So it's really important for clinicians to be diverse and to be open to constantly learning, constantly growing to meet the needs of the community.
You mentioned that you have a lot of different roles and you've gained a lot of different experiences in your position. Are there any particular areas of our field that you're particularly passionate about or really interested in?
So it changes so much. So, when I first graduated, I said I would never do like deaf or hard of hearing, because my parents are deaf and I'm what you call a coda. And so I just said, oh, that would just be so cliche. And I said, I never want to do autism and I never want to do deaf and hard of hearing. And of course, in my first 3 years, that was my entire caseload. And so that was a big wake up, like, this is not going to be a role where you get to pick, choose, and refuse. So I find my interests shift based on what I see coming through the door. Now I think my passion is really being a diagnostician. I really enjoy assessing and kind of putting together the pieces of the puzzle and reading between the lines. I also really enjoy service development, because transitioning from the only speech pathologist on the staff to expanding to having more speech therapists on the team, it really, you kind of have to set up their caseload so that when they come in, they have a caseload they can walk into. And so I've really enjoyed that service development. So we've developed a pediatric feeding one. So my colleague is SOS trained and she does a lot of the pediatric feeding stuff now. We've developed an autism caseload. We've developed an early intervention caseload. And so next on the horizon is developing more of a community role where we're kind of getting into the community and digging out those patients with dementia and kind of following through with some of those neuro patients who kind of just went home and disappeared, and just kind of following up with them and making sure they're getting input and being monitored appropriately.
That's awesome. I know that this is we all know it's a predominantly female-led career, but one of the themes of this interview is women in leadership. So do you believe that women still face these difficulties when it comes to having positions of leadership, even within our field?
Yes, I think so. I think that people still, sorry, let me start again. So yes, I do think it is difficult for women. I think because people tend to view, particularly in the Caribbean, people view women as the nurturers and they view men as the leaders. And that's a big cultural thing. But I think in addition to that, I think that women of color also face an additional barrier to leadership. Because if I am confident, I am labeled aggressive. If I'm considered combative, versus being, just proud and confident and well-versed in her field. And so I think there's an additional layer for women of color in speech pathology because we make up such a minority of the field. And so I think there's a double challenge there between being a person of color as well as being a woman.
Do you feel like we have made any progress in removing these barriers that women are facing?
I think definitely, yes, we're making headway. I think, compared to even 10, 15 years ago, I think people now are starting to bridge those gender gaps more and more. And I think that, but we still have ways to go. But I do think, yes, that we're making progress. And even here in my facility, you're seeing more and more opportunities of women who are heading up sections, who are heading up departments, who are heading up special interest groups and special teams. And so I think we're starting to transition from gender roles to ability levels. and is this person capable to do the job regardless of gender?
That's great. How do you think that we can get more women into leadership, particularly in our field or just in general?
Well, I think we need to stop stereotyping behaviors. You know, the same behaviors that we praise in boys, we should be praising in girls. You know, it's this, you have to be a little lady and you have to be demure and gentle and soft-spoken. You know, those are not, we shouldn't diminish those early leadership qualities that we see in our young women. And so in our little girls. And so I think we need to change the way that we use that language to address those emerging behaviors, those emerging skills, I should say. We need to praise it and acknowledge it and allow them to be spoken, allow them to develop those leadership traits and not extinguish that little light that's burning inside of them. And I think that this next generation, you know, I have a daughter, and I think by the time she's an adult, I can see where women in leadership is just going to be, you know, people won't even think of gender in leadership. I think we're making that much headway and when it comes to gender affairs, and that's the key, is we want to let girls know it's okay to be straightforward, it's okay to be bold, it's okay to be confident, and encourage those skills in them.
So speaking more general to just leadership as a whole, what do you consider the most or some of the most significant attributes that make a successful leader?
I'm going to relate it again to my background in the Caribbean because of what I think people look for leaders here. And I think first and foremost, people are looking for people who listen and who are good listeners, who are going to hear what they have to say. They're looking for people who are authentic, who are genuine, who are willing to connect. Looking for people who are humble and who are doing it for love of community versus love of self. You know, for leadership to be effective and for someone to have those traits of a good leader, you know, we often think, oh, you have to be a good communicator and you have to be, you know, well put together and, you know, well educated. And we kind of think of all of the sort of checklist items on the token good leader. But I think if you really look at people who are effective leaders, they are people who are willing to put action where their words are. They're willing to put in the work and they're just genuine. They roll up their sleeves and they're in the trenches with you. And I think that is what makes a leader versus a good leader, is someone who is going to be with you from the ground up and work with you and motivate you and inspire you the whole entire way.
Can you describe the mindset you need as a leader to promote leadership within a community too, outside of just our clinical setting?
Just to put it simply, it is we, not me. And that is really what it's about. And, you know, I come from a family of, we're multi-generational civil servants. And that is the term we use where we're people who work for the government. And that looks very different than what it is in the States. But here, when you are a career civil servant, you're not getting paid big bucks. You're not, you know, getting a prestigious car position, but you're making a difference in the education, the health, the quality of life for everybody in this country. And so for me and my family, it's always been intrinsic to us that it's we, not me. It is for the good of the country, it's for the good of our community. And so in everything I do, everything I advocate for, everything that I involve myself in, it's about the betterment of my patient, that family, their school or their home setting, and like the greater community as it expands. And so even with my involvement regionally in the formation of the Caribbean Speech Hearing Association, I was one of the co-founders of that association. And it's just about, you know, networking and helping to grow our region and providing support, because you're only as strong as your weakest person. And so until you make that weak person strong, your community will never be strong. And that's my mindset when it comes to having that growth mindset for leadership.
Well, that's actually a great tie into my next question. we've talked on being a strong and confident leader, but you've also emphasized the we over the me. So how do you maintain this balance between being a strong, confident leader, but also supporting your staff and your fellow faculty?
Well, I think it's a balance, because we're all human, and I think sometimes people focus on productivity and getting as many SOAP notes done in a day and as many assessment reports in a day and seeing 12 patients a day. We have all of these measures that we have in our field to determine how good of a therapist we are, and I think we have to humanize it, and we have to realize that people are people. And sometimes people just having a bad day. And if they're having a bad day, the best thing for you and your patient is to go home. And I think that is my signature when it comes to supporting my staff is I look at them and what they're going through, and I say, instead of saying, you're not meeting productivity, I say, hey, listen, I notice you're really struggling with getting, assessment reports done in a timely manner. What can I do to help? Here, I found this template. Will this help you? Let's look at your schedule. I noticed that you tend to have a lot of, difficult cases back to back. Can we space out your schedule so that you can have that downtime that you need so that you can be a more effective clinician? And so I try to humanize it and really balance the needs of the service with the needs of the individual, so that we can achieve that balance. And I think that when you approach your staff in a way that is humanizing, that you see them, that you respect them, that you understand that life happens, I think in turn, they feel heard and they feel like they're part of a team. They don't feel like they have a boss. They feel like they have a mentor. And then they're more willing to put in the work when I say, I know it's Friday, but we have 6 new strokes. It's okay, I'll help you. Let's get it done, right? You have that team approach. So I think it's a give and take. And I think when people realize that you acknowledge and value them as a human first, and then a clinician second, I think they're always wanting to put that best clinician forward.
That's great. It sounds like you look really beyond the surface level. You look for, like you said, you really try to humanize it and look what's going on with them that day and looking beyond that. And so my next question is, what advice do you have for people aiming for leadership positions, like for future SLPs like us or people who are in the field?
Well, I think first and foremost, find where your passion is. I have colleagues who are not SLPs, but I have colleagues who look at me and say, you've been in this field for how long and you still are happy to see your patients and you're still happy to come to work and you're not, upset about working. No, because this is my passion. I wanted to be a speech and language therapist from when I was 15 years old. I knew what I wanted to be in life. And so I think the first thing you need to do before you say, I want to be a leader, is you need to think about, well, what kind of impact do I want to have? Where do I want to live? What kind of impact do I want to have? Do I want to work in an education setting? Do I want to work in a nursing home? And what does leadership look like in that setting? And think about what the needs are of that setting and how can you then, from a grassroots level, work your way up to that position, and be mindful that leadership looks very nice and pretty on the outside, but it involves a lot of additional work. And so make sure that your reason for leadership is because you have a passion to grow and develop people, not because you have a passion to have that title underneath your email signature in your email, and I think when you look at an organization, you can always tell which people have become leaders because, they have the longest tenure or, they're just about the title, and which people are leaders because they care about the field and they care about the setting they're in and they care about the people that they're impacting. And be that kind of leader. Be that one who wants to make that impact.
You're absolutely right. Just for you and yourself, how do you continue to grow and develop as a leader in our field? Like as you've raised in the ranks, how do you continue this and keep it going as you progress throughout your career?
Well, I'm always learning. I think that lifelong learning is something that we have to just embrace. FSU gives us a great foundation. When you do your CFYs, you'll understand what I mean. They give you a wonderful, wonderful clinical foundation, but you need to be a lifelong learner and always be willing to learn. I think that is the key. The more that you learn about your field, the more, continuing education courses you do, the more certifications you get, the more you have an understanding of what's going to work, what's not going to work, and how to keep it flowing and how to keep it growing. So just keep learning. When you're a lifelong learner, you'll just continue to bloom and to flourish.
That's a great point. That's something they tell us a lot throughout graduate school too, is you will never stop learning in this field. And that's something that I really love about it.
And you never get bored. You never get bored. You can see 10 patients with the same diagnosis on paper, and each of them are unique. So it's a beautiful field to be in. Honestly, it is.
And like you said, you see so many different types of patients too come in every day, and you are trying to evaluate them and figure out what's going on. And so continuing to learn and figure out things. But thank you so much for taking the time to answer all of our questions. I know we've asked you a lot going through tonight, but thank you. We appreciate it. Do you have anything outside of these questions that you wanted to add to this?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, what kinds of things would you like me to share? I'm happy to share anything.
There's just anything else that you thought that you wanted to share about leadership or anything that we didn't touch on.
I think always just have a hand behind you to pull someone up to take your position as you're becoming a leader. I think most speech therapists tend to be type A, right? We're all very organized and planned and our to-do list, and it's done this way and this is how we do it. But sometimes we need to breathe, and we need to know that we're in such a unique field. There's no other field like speech pathology. It's a human field. And so we need to allow ourselves to be human. We need to allow ourselves to develop that emotional intelligence, to develop that critical thinking, that problem solving, and to see beyond a diagnosis, to see beyond a label, and just connect with our patients. And as we grow, connect with our organization and connect with our community. The impact that one SLP has on their community is more profound than we would ever imagine. And so, although we very often may feel like the exclusion when it comes to rehab services, in my opinion, we are the most important element. And so we just need to continue to grow ourselves and grow those coming behind us, so that all of the life lessons we learn, we're able to pass on and allow the next generation to become even better clinicians than the ones before them.
Wow, yeah, that was beautifully put and inspiring for us, especially we are 5 months away from graduation. So we are just now entering the field. So it's very exciting that we have all of those things to look forward to and a long life of making a difference. So, well, thank you for speaking with us today.
No problem. My pleasure.
Questions.
Good afternoon and happy International Women's Day. Thank you for joining us today for our Women in Leadership Conference session on overcoming workplace challenges. My name is Shannon Mitchell and I am a proud two-time graduate of Florida State University. I most recently earned my master's degree in communications, and I currently serve as the Senior Manager of Quality Control and Content Management at the Institute for Intergovernmental Research. And it is my pleasure and honor to be joined here today with the event extraordinaire, well-respected leader, and my fellow FSU alumna. Shayla, how are you on this glorious day for women?
It is a wonderful day. It's been so special. I've been telling everybody happy International Women's Day, so it's been a wonderful day.
That's good. Yeah, it's a glorious day, and I'm so glad to have the opportunity to speak with you today. Can you please just give us a background about your journey and your current position as a project manager for the Napa Expo?
Absolutely. So I graduated from FSU in 2002. So I'm dating myself. But yes, I graduated with my degree in information studies. So I, went on the IT track, wanting to be in the IT field. And unfortunately, when I graduated in 2002, the dot-coms had failed, and all the companies wanted you to be able to have, at least 3 years experience in the field of IT. So my classmates and I had to either find a job or just doing anything or go to grad school. So I went and found all type of different gigs that I could in South Florida, working for law firms and nonprofits. And luckily for me, I didn't know it at the time, but I worked at the Red Cross, and I told the temp agency, I'm not going to like it here. So just go ahead and find me something, now. And by the end of the week, I want to be somewhere else. And while I was there for like 2 or 3 weeks, they came to me and said, hey, you jumped right in. Would you like to be our special events coordinator? And at the time, I didn't know anything about nonprofits other than, sometimes the good and the bad, and events, that wasn't a big thing back in, probably 2005. So I was like, I told them to find me another job because I was always trying to make friends with all the IT directors anywhere I went. Like, hey, do you need an assistant? But I took the event planning job, and that's been 15 years ago, and I've still been doing it. I've switched over to the corporate world, but I love it. And one thing, I was able to use the IT degree because one of our fellow alums earlier, Denisha, at the 3 o'clock hour, she mentioned about flexibility and just, you may find yourself, wanting to do this one thing. You set your mind on being in IT, you set your mind on being whatever, and you end up doing something else. And FSU was always so forward thinking. Who knew back in 2002 that, you would be integrating marketing and CRM systems to market to your consumers and to your clients. And so it always worked out, but I started not letting people know I had the IT degree because I was always the resident person to go to when the IT person was too busy to help them with their computer.
Well, your path, oh my gosh, your path to leadership is so inspiring. And for you to make that shift over into event planning, I'm sure at the beginning you were like, am I doing the right thing? But at what moment did you decide that you were destined to be a leader in this field? And was it something that kind of fell into your lap, or did someone influence you?
Definitely fell into my lap. Anybody would know in events, just one of those things where, they're going to throw you in and you either, sink or swim, when it comes to fires, because there's always a fire in event planning. So we had big events they assigned me to, and I most of the time had my director or someone near me. But one time I was just, what do I do? And that's when I knew, like, you know what, you can't wait on anyone to put this fire out for you or to tell you what to do next. You need to really figure it out right now because everybody's coming to you for it. And that's when I just, as they say, you put on your big britches and you just have to really like jump in. And then once I did it the first time, I was like, oh my God, I kind of like this, So that's where leadership came in. And I always felt that people would come to me, for advice, or if they were having, issues within the workplace, more so my female counterparts. And I always was like, why do they always come to me for everything? And they just said, well, it's just something about you. You give the great advice. So I think in that aspect as well, I realized, I was a leader. I'm the go-to person. So just, step into it and own it. And I've been doing it now for, again, dating myself like 20 years.
Well, tell me about that first leadership position. Did you feel you were prepared for it?
I did not at the time. I did not feel like I was prepared for it at all because I'm one, people may always say that they don't believe me, but I always grew up shy. I like to be, in the background. I don't need you to know what I'm doing. And so I never wanted it. And like I said, just from being in the industry, it was one of those things where I had to step up. But then once I, just sometimes you recognize just what you've been dealt and just what type of background you come from. And I was raised by a strong group of women that there's no other way for you to be but strong. You're not in a situation where you can't handle anything that's thrown at you. So I just had to step into that role. So going into my the event positions in South Florida, then taking the leap and moving to Atlanta, Georgia, where there's so much opportunity, I was just putting more event management roles, and most times as you get into your your event roles, they're looking for someone that's a manager so they can step in, so they can kind of make you just you do it, don't come to us. There's no training, you figure it out. And so that's kind of how things worked out for me.
Well, if you could give that person, that woman you were during your first leadership position, some advice, what would it be?
Oh, wow. I would just, I would probably tell myself that, what, this is going to probably be a bumpy ride that it's going to have, some pain points. You're going to have some failures, you're going to have successes, you're going to have some highs and lows, and you may be put in a situation where, when I speak of the painfulness, we've all maybe experienced, and I hope no one has, but finally experiencing some things that you experience in the workplace where it's a challenge where you're not, liked for who you are. And you have to, especially if you work in some male-dominated industries, and you just really have to be strong. You have to always, we all know how to put on our best face and, move forward and just keep at what you're doing and stay strong, and don't let what other shortcomings people may have be a reflection of you. There's nothing wrong with you at all, because sometimes you get into a situation where we start questioning ourselves. Like, what did I do wrong? Why does anybody like me? Or why is this person just giving me a hard time? And that's just, life. So I would tell myself to kind of keep kicking butt, and you're awesome, you're great, and who cares what they say,
Right. You are awesome. And many people go into event planning without a degree or certificate or any kind of background in project management. Yeah. And often they don't have that project management background to understand that you must approach the planning and the execution of your event like a project. So what is your advice to leaders that have members on their team that are creatives? They have the technical know-how. They may be logistic gurus, but they don't have the concept of scheduling or resource management and budgeting.
Oh, great question. I would say if they have, some of the ingredients, but not all the ingredients, there's always ways to go and purchase that ingredient, right? When we're making a cake, think of it that way. So I would say, do some on-site training. You always have the ability, from many of the companies I work for, you always have the opportunity to bring in that person that knows this particular software they may be using, or a team building exercise, to just show this person, like, what, we really see this opportunity for you to grow in your role, but you need to have scheduling or knowing how to do logistics, and it's not, don't let them think it's a weak point, but just say, we want you to get stronger at it because we see great things for you. So always go into it as a way to be a champion for them, to let them know in a good way that they have it. We just want to tweak it a little bit. So I just think give them some courses they can take, call someone in to be that subject matter expert to show them how to do certain things, and just groom them. But see if that's something they want to do, because you can always, give everybody different ways to do things. And if that's just not their thing, of course, it may not stick. But if it's something that they wanted and you want to groom them because you see the greatness in them, then just give them all the necessary resources so they can just be good at what they're doing.
Yeah, growth is definitely very important
Yeah.
as a leader, and pulling those around you up as well. And as a leader, I find it vital to push myself as a lifelong learner. And
Yeah.
I have a vision board. I wish I can show it to you now. I have a vision board with a list of the certificates and degrees that I
Yes, I
still want
love
to
it.
earn. But how do you find the time and the energy to continue your studies outside of work, especially having your marketing and consulting business outside of being a project manager? I mean,
Yeah.
superwoman, right? So what do you say to those who do not have the organizational funding or even the internal leadership support to continue those studies?
Well, great question again. I think just, putting a realistic timeline in place. Do you have the time to fit in, one, whether it's school, and if you don't have time to do like a 2-year master's program or what have you, then look into the certificate programs, because oftentimes they require, a lower amount of hours and time, and then you may be able to knock that out in the afternoon. Or if it's self-study, you can learn at your own pace. They give you a time frame when you need to finish it. You definitely can look into that so you can make sure it's something that you can fit into your schedule. If it's something that you really want to do, because I'm always saying, if you want to do something, don't let anything deter you from doing it. Then, work with your family and say, hey, I need to do XYZ. I'm going back to school. It's going to take me 2 years. So if there's anything that you're married, I need help, with my kids or this, that, and the third. I just need you guys to jump in and help me, because this is something near and dear to me that I really, really, really want to do. And if that's something that's not an option other than doing certificates, there's so many resources out now, that we did not have access to a long time ago, that, they have free workshops now. You can, connect with people on LinkedIn, your fellow Seminoles. And if you have a knoll in your city, take advantage of that and reach out to them, because I will say, I think all of us are a good, nice bunch. And I say yes to anybody from FSU that reaches out to me. Well, I say yes to everybody because I want everybody to be great. But reach out to that person that's in the field that you are in or you're trying to get in, or, ask their experience on, do you think it's worth me getting my master's, in this field? Because sometimes it may not be. They may encourage you to do a certificate or something. So yeah, there's so many resources out there to determine, how you can get to the next step, when it comes to your educational journey.
Yeah. So have you personally experienced any pushback from your peers or your team about an idea or concept that you believed in? And how did you encourage yourself personally to remain steadfast as a professional and as a leader to make sure that this idea came to life?
Sure. Well, one thing that I tell everyone, most companies that I go work for, they always say, oh my God, I can't believe you came in and you learned how to do this. I can't believe everyone here likes you, or, different things. And I'm like, it's not rocket science. I am an observer. Any place I work, I always love to learn the culture. I like to learn the different attitudes of the people that I'm working with, because everyone has different personalities. And I always say that, work is like our second home. We spend so much time there. So one of the things you want to do is not, go in creating conflict. So one thing that I do, even though you may go to a job and you're like, oh my God, they're so ancient. Why are they still doing this? This is crazy. Still go in, observe to understand, why are they doing it this way? Is it just because of culture? They just haven't changed it? Or is it something just very detailed that they haven't been able to get the kink out of a system to make everything automated? And with that, yes, I've experienced kickback with a lot of things after observing. I think it's crazy that they're doing things a certain way. But I talk to, my direct report sometimes, and just like, hey, I found this to be a very simple way. If we did it this way, then how much time we saved, and we could, move on to the next task. And we're not putting all these hours into a project. And then you'll start seeing in events and in project management, you have the, billable hours that you're utilizing to quote a project to a client. And if you can turn that project in under the amount of time you quoted them, then I think your direct report would be very happy that you guys were able to solve a problem, and that client will come back to you again. So yeah, I've received so much pushback, in different ways, but I just, I keep pressing. There's a way to keep pressing, but make it seem sometimes that it's a good idea for the company and not just for you.
So Shayla, the leader today, do you still experience doubt? And if not, how did you manage to defeat it?
Oh, yes, I do. I still, even though I'm very confident, I still have doubt. And I always say it's good to sometimes have a little doubt and a little nervousness when it comes to what you're doing, because I think that still creates the buzz. You know, you hear a lot of entertainers that say they still get nervous after 30 and 40 years of performing. They still get nervous to go on stage because that's still your passion and you want to make sure that people love what you're doing. So for me, I have doubt sometimes. It's a little bit creeps in like, oh my God, can I do this? I know I can, but just, you know, in this aspect, like how is it going to be with these different people in a different environment? But you know what? I always have encouragement from friends and from family, and they say, "Girl, you got this." You know, so that's one thing. Always have a good circle around you to encourage you and motivate you. And I just step right in and I do it. But you know, never doubt yourself to the point where you say you can't do it. And but I still do it. My mom, and even though I'm of age now, my mom still tells me to this day, you know what? Yes, you can. Why are you downplaying yourself? You know, you're great. You're awesome.
Yeah. Often finding that voice on your own as a woman and as a leader is difficult. And often women in leadership finding the time or figuring out the right time to speak up is difficult,
Right.
especially your first opportunity to have a seat at the table. As a person of color, especially a woman of color, some women take on a quiet, observant demeanor to avoid stereotypes of being too aggressive or overzealous or know-it-all. So what advice to these women do you have who are silently yearning for a seat at the table, or those who have just been invited to have a seat at the table with others who don't necessarily identify with their culture groups? What is your navigation strategy?
Again, that's where that observation comes in, because oftentimes I've been the only woman of color or person of color, you know, in an entire organization or in my entire department. So for there, it is going to be different culturally. And sometimes when you're the only woman, you know, how do you fit in, you know, with the team of guys, you know, and sometimes they do have it to where, you know, I'm not going to listen to this person. You know, what does she know? But it's a thing of observation and just being sure of yourself. If you're at the table, you have a meeting, and you know you're working on a project, you know, speak up. If there's something that you really believe in, and you're passionate, or you've worked on this project and you know this project in and out, you know the client you're working for in and out. That's when you're adamant in what you're stating, and play, you know, role play, even if it's yourself or if you have a friend or someone, you know, pretending like this is what you may get called on, because sometimes you work for individuals that even though you're right, they still may come at you and want to just test your knowledge or say, why are we doing that? And you have to be ready to come at them and say, this is why. And then when they come with something else, you know, I always say people come around the corner, through the back door, in the garage. They find all kind of ways to keep coming at you. Be prepared with your statements to know exactly this is why this should be done. And when you continue to speak up, you know, at the table, when it's something that you're passionate about on your project, don't be silent about it. Then that's when you'll start getting people to notice, you know what, she's the real deal. She knows what she's talking about. And people will continue to come to you. Don't hide. And if you feel like you still can't do that, that's when I always say that's when you need to think about your exit plan. Never continue to work for a company where you're not appreciated. You're not recognized for your talents. I didn't get hired here to be silent. I came here to work and to grow. And you're only doing a disservice to yourself when you stay somewhere and you're not able to flourish and to become the leader that you desire to be. So go where you're wanted. Look at those companies, their D&I statements. Look at who's there in leadership that looks like you. And that way, you know that there is an opportunity for me to grow and, you know, and get to where I need to be.
I want to circle back around to something that you said earlier, because I can definitely identify it with it. That preparation that you have to do before going into that big meeting or that big pitch. Not only does it give the others that you're presenting to the confidence that you know what you're talking about, but also gives you the confidence too, that nervousness that you might have felt before when you didn't have, you know, all the preparation you needed. Now you know exactly this plan back, you like the back of your hand, and now you can present it. It gives you that confidence. So definitely, I think that's a really good point, to make sure that you're going in with the preparation. And sometimes when you're the new person at the table, you have to be more prepared than the others sitting around you.
Exactly. And I've had situations where being the new person, you may work on a team project. We remember these days in high school, well, not even high school, college, where you were putting on teams. And sometimes you have people still in the workplace, they steal your idea. They don't do anything to contribute, but then they'll come and they'll present something as if they did it. And that's another conflict. Like, oh my God, did they just steal everything we talked about? How do I maneuver through that? And that's another reason why you have to speak up. Now, you don't do it in the boardroom. But if there's a person like your direct report or someone you can speak with to, say, hey, this is not how this went, or it may be your direct report sometimes that may steal your idea. Find a way to work through that and let it be known, like, no, that was my idea. I was the one that came up with this concept, so you can be seen and noticed.
Yeah, and it definitely takes time. It's not something that happens overnight. Giving yourself, that time. I think we talked about earlier in our earlier conversations, that journey. You're not always going to be the leader today that you'll be, 5 years from now or 10 years from now, and giving yourself that room to grow into that person that's more confident. And that room is definitely important too.
Exactly. And it definitely takes time. And I'll tell everybody again, I was shy. I like to play the background. And still to this day, sometimes I do. I figured that we have to, pick and choose your battles. That's still one thing that I still do. Is it worth speaking up? If I know that this is a company I'm not going to stay with, why even pick the battle to say anything? Because I know that I'm on my way out or something, to that nature. So, I always say, just don't sweat the small stuff. If it's something where you have longevity, there is something near and dear to you. Yeah, you work through it. It's not going to happen overnight because you don't want to jump right in and say, hey, see me, I'm here, because that creates, the conflict. But you just have to learn the different personalities, learn the company. How can I insert myself and still be seen and be respected, and so I can move forward in my journey.
Yeah. So what specific steps have you taken to help women and other people of color earn a seat at the table or find their voice? And what challenges do you face sharing this need to provide the safe space for these voices?
Great question. Well, it's never a challenge for me because I'm all about, women, power and respecting ourselves and making sure and demanding their respect. So it enlightens me to be able to provide that type of feedback to another female that may come to me and ask questions. I'm always honored, and I always say that I'm always I sprinkle Shayla's sunshine in a lot of places I've gone to, like, oh, I'm only here for 3 months. But you know what? Oh, guess what? I was able to motivate someone because they call me later on and they say, you know what? Either they left the company or they got a promotion or something went, changed for the better because of talks and chats that we've had. So, and to go back to your question, you just said the type of advice that I give them, basically, just again, believing in themselves, not taking any mess. Don't allow anybody to say anything to you that's disrespectful. That's one of the main things. If you don't like how a situation is going, if there's a way for you to pull that coworker aside. Or you may have a conversation. If you feel like your HR, your people and culture, and I know people sometimes that's like cringeworthy, like, oh my God, I don't want to go to HR. But sometimes if there's, it's a different way to do it. Like you go with the approach of, hey, I'm having a conflict, in my department. You don't have to have any names if you don't want to, and just state, what's going on. Or again, if you don't want it to even be inside your company where you reach out, again, there's LinkedIn, there's so many people that are in HR that you can reach out to get that advice on how do I handle a situation, just so you can, find a method that's comfortable for you. So you'll be able to, figure out that conflict of how can you move forward and work with this person. Because this person, guess what, sometimes may never change. Yeah. So that's, again, a situation where you have to think about, I don't want this person. It's not like the person's running you from the place, but can I deal? If you can't deal, then I always say there's a door that you can find your exit plan so you can find somewhere that's more comfortable for you to work in.
Yeah, that's great advice. Really great advice. We actually have a question in our chat that says, do you ever see yourself transitioning back into an IT leadership role?
Oh, wow. People actually reach out to me and ask me that all the time. It would be a great opportunity. I feel like I'm kind of rusty now because I'm not up on the latest IT trends. But in project management that I've been able to transfer my event management experience into, there's different softwares now like Jira and other things that I possibly would definitely consider, getting more knowledge on, because I've dabbled in a little bit, to be sure that I'm up to par on taking an IT role when it's more so communications and project based. I would probably definitely consider that, because it's really fun, working behind the scenes on the IT portion of a project.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for this conversation with me today. I have enjoyed learning from you, and
Me
honestly,
too.
I am inspired. I
Oh,
am every
thank
time
you.
that I speak to you, I'm so inspired, and I'm sure others on the conference right now are inspired by you as well. So, can you tell us how we can get in touch with Miss Shayla Perry to give us more advice and just to connect with you?
Absolutely. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm listed as Shayla C. Perry. And also you can email me at info@sperrywinkle.com. And that's another little piece of my project management and marketing business that I have. So I'm not sure if I need to type it in the chat or whatnot, but I'm also listed on my LinkedIn as well.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Shayla. You have a great day.
You too. Thank you so much. It was fun.
Yeah, always.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Hi, I'm Carson Mitchell. I'm based in Tallahassee, a 2015 graduate. of the FSU College of Communication and Information, and I do nonprofit environmental communications. And today I'm going to be talking to Melissa Angel. Hi, Melissa.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'll just do a quick introduction as well. I'm Melissa Angel. I'm actually a 2014 graduate. Yes, a 2014 graduate is a while ago of the master's program, Media and Communications. I am based right now in Bonn, Germany, and I am the communications coordinator for the Global Landscapes Forum.
Very cool. So Melissa, tell us more about the Global Landscapes Forum and your role there.
Sure. So the Global Landscapes Forum, it's essentially a knowledge-led platform. We reach about 185 countries in the world, and our goal is to connect restoration practitioners around sustainable landscapes. And so we do this in several ways. We do this through our events, campaigns, learning opportunities. We have an amazing youth program, and we work with 30 of the world's leading development organizations around the world, including World Bank, UN Environment Program, Rainforest Alliance, WWF. And so it's super fulfilling work. And my job is essentially to make sure that we're doing a lot of media outreach. And so I have to cover different regions all around the world. So I have to know about different media landscapes. I help lead other communications like email marketing. I make sure our website's updated so everyone's getting the most up-to-date information. And then I also run a lot of campaigns, like our upcoming campaign for International Women's Day. It's called 16 Women Restoring the Earth. And so it's 16 women from all over the world, all the different regions, all different roles, all different ages, all different backgrounds, and the amazing work that they're doing to save the world.
That sounds awesome. And it sounds like you have a lot to do on a day-to-day basis. How did you get into this work?
Oh gosh, that is a very good question. I grew up in Tallahassee, Florida. I didn't think that I would really go into the environmental sector. I thought maybe I'd become like an actress or I think I was also thinking like astrophysicist at one point. I went in different random directions. But then it was actually at FSU, I was taking a course, my bachelor's was in creative writing, and I was taking a course on Chaucer. And one of the assignments was to do a video project. And I learned that this is something that I really like to do. And so I took an internship at the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. And I interned for them, and then they hired me on as well. And I would travel all around Florida filming scientists who work with endangered species, endangered and threatened species. And so from there, I just continued to work with the government of Florida. I worked at a sustainable campus at Florida State University for a while, which was fantastic. And then I decided I wanted to go back and get my master's degree when I was working at the North Florida Water Management District. And it was from there that then I was searching in Google. I was like, okay, I think I want to do climate change communications. That kind of seems to be the way that my career is going in. I just went to Google and I typed climate change communication internship. And the UN Climate Change Secretariat, which is based here in Bonn, Germany, that internship popped up. Somehow I got it. And now here I am working in Bonn, Germany for an international non-governmental organization. So it was a journey, but somehow I got from Tallahassee to Bonn.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, you know, what were some of the leadership roles that were present in your career, both at FSU and kind of, you know, at your first internships, and how did leadership really propel you to be where you are today?
That's an interesting question, just because at the beginning of my career, I was a communications coordinator, and I've sort of done this communications coordinator to maybe communications like management. And then I was a communications director at a nonprofit in California that was doing ocean advocacy work. but then I'm back to communications coordinator again. And so my career has kind of, especially with my title, has kind of done this little roller coaster type of move. But my leadership role, despite that title, has increased the more I've been working in the field. And so I'm actually managing a team now. It's a small team and it's more of a horizontal management structure. But we all take some sort of leadership role in our different, so for example, like I'm outreach, and then there's another woman who works alongside me who's more like paid marketing and social media, and then another young woman who is the editor of our news outlet. And we all have these like we all play a leadership role, but it's more on this horizontal structure.
What mentors helped guide you? And, you know, especially like you talked about, it's having a team of women, and having women in leadership is super important.
Yeah, so one of my mentors along the way is actually a professor at Florida State. And he was just super supportive of going out into the world, doing crazy things, just take a leap, just go for it. And that was very helpful. But then his help led me to work when I was working at the UN Climate Change Secretariat. It led me, my supervisor, she was the one who really, she pushed me to really stand up for myself in the workplace. I always just kind of took the salary that was given to me. I never really thought about what are my skills actually worth, that I have, that the skills that I have honed over the years. And she was the one to say, when you go into a job, you are worth these skills that you have honed. And so don't just take whatever somebody's going to give you. Like say, I've you know, worked this long for this many years, I have accomplished this much. This is now actually what I'm worth. And it was through that advice that I, for the first time ever, and this happened only 2 years ago, I'm 31. This happened only 2 years ago, that I really fought for the salary that I have now, which would have been much, much lower if I had just been like, yeah, okay, this is all I'm worth, sure. And I'm working very long hours, I work overtime, I put a lot of work into what I do. And then to know that I'm making the salary that is, it's worth, like all this work that I'm doing, it's super empowering. But it really, even just 2 years ago, it took me to get to this point. But it really took a woman leader, a manager to really put her foot down and just be like, you need to do this. If you don't, you're going to regret it, and you're going to hate your job. And so, yeah, that was extremely important.
I love that, Melissa. You know, no matter what industry, it's so important for women to not only, you know, stand up for each other and empower each other, empowered women empower women, but also, you know, to really value yourself. I feel like in communications, you know, we're often by design kind of in the background. You know, we're wrangling press, we're creating content, but you know, we deserve to be front and center in leadership roles internally. We deserve to you know, voice our ideas. You know, we're creatives, we have big ideas, we have strategic skills, and I think those things are really important, especially for young women. Just words of affirmation, like you deserve to be listened to, you deserve to you know, have your own standards of excellence and really strive towards those. So
absolutely. And I think about 80% of my organization is women, and we come from all over the world, and we've actually created this amazing support network among each other, where in meetings we give each other props. You know, we say thanks to this, thanks to, you know, Judith's you know, foresight on this issue, we were able to secure X, Y, and Z, or funding for this, or press coverage for this, or a partnership. And so saying these things in meetings and like these affirmations for each other and lifting each other up, I've actually noticed a lot of the men in the organization beginning to do that as well. And so it's, and before COVID, a lot of the women, we worked in the office and we would get together and we'd sit here at, at my house, like out on the terrace, and we'd actually openly talk about issues about like salary, promotions, and it's really important. And it's important for us to be very open about that and to support each other and to say, okay, here are the ways, here's the path that I took in order to get this salary or get this promotion or get this recognition. So
yeah, and that's leadership right there. I feel like, often leadership is tied to, well, what's my role? Am I a manager, a director, a coordinator? And often, the leadership outputs that we put to our team kind of reflect that. But it sounds like, leading from inside and leading, your coworkers, like that's really important, not just for your team and for how effective you guys are, but it really impacts the movement itself, right? The environmental movement being one where women are welcome, valued, and given an environment to grow.
Yes, and it's not just and it's not just in the workplace. So just an example today is, so we hold digital conferences. Well, now we hold digital conferences. We used to hold in-person conferences. And I just asked for some statistics from last year's conferences. And so we're about to have a conference in Africa on African drylands. And a big part of restoring these fragile landscapes is you have to have women involved. And so we were like, okay, well, how many women from Africa actually attended our 2 conferences last year? And we found out that out of all the people from Africa that attended our conferences, only 20% were women and 80% were men. And so because of this data, we're actually launching a campaign to try and get more women from these certain regions in Africa to join our conference. Like it's so important to have both, to have women and men, but it's very important for women, especially in these ecosystems. And so that was just, I wonder if that would have been something that we focused on if our team wasn't almost 80% women, but it was a very good outcome.
Yeah, that's really awesome. And it kind of shows like, although, you and I play comms roles, our whole organizations rely on strategy, community, organizing, and like,
well,
as much
especially
as
Florida conservation voters, that's a lot of organizing.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, and with like international work, I'm sure it just gets even more complicated. But comms people are often like put in this box, like you do comms, when really like we have a lot to bring to the table strategically too. And, looking at research and ensuring that, people from the community are at the table, because we know that the effectiveness of our communications work, it really relies on all of our audiences being able to access what we're talking about.
We play a huge role in partnerships and funding. And I don't know if that's often recognized. I am talking, and I'm sure you are as well, I'm talking to people all day. That's just what I do. I'm like, this is Global Landscapes Forum. Here you could fit in here, you could fit in here. It's like we're the connectors. And so we bring, just like you were saying, we bring new people to the table. We connect this person with this person. We're always creating relationships and connections wherever we go. And so it's so funny when I work at an organization, and it still sometimes happens at the one I'm working at now, someone will just say, yeah, Melissa, and you do comms. And I'm like, do comms? Like, what does that even mean? Do comms? Like, just do some social media, I'm like, I don't know, some people realize the impact even that social media has on the work that's being done, especially even right now in sustainable landscapes, like reaching new people, reaching new audiences. So, yeah.
Yeah. That's really interesting, especially because like that often happens to me too. It's like, okay, now you handle the comms, but there's no beginning and ending of comms. No. It's all comms in my world, right?
All comms, yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
And I mean, it's like, okay, cool, I'll do comms. Okay, so what are our target audiences? What are our target countries? What's our key messaging? Like, what platforms are we going to use to reach this person, this person, this person? Which age groups are we going to focus on? It's this whole, it's incredible. I'm obsessed with it.
Yeah, that's great. And it requires leadership to define what comms means in your little section of the universe, right? And to really, rely on your team to get you the things, because we are glue. We need the hands to put the
and leadership
craft metaphor or whatever.
Yeah, and leadership to me is, it's not just taking a leading role. It's being that facilitator for the team. It's being the person that people can come to when they have a problem or an issue, or they need something solved, or they just need to bounce ideas off of somebody. I think sometimes people can take the word leadership and think, okay, I need to do everything and I have to know everything. But it's actually relying more on the people around you than it is knowing everything about everything. I took this course last year. It was a leadership course at Oxford, and it taught me the different types of leaderships. Pretty much my entire career, I've been pretty much exclusively working under men in leadership roles. And it wasn't until I took this course last year on leadership with Oxford University where I discovered that I can actually lead at my level, and I can look at myself as a leader. I don't always have to be looking towards the managing directors or the director generals and looking to them for the leadership. I can look to myself. I can look to the young woman to my right or the young woman to my left, leading in their, different, leading in social media or leading in digital marketing or paid marketing. And I can see them as leaders as well, working all together for a common goal.
I imagine your path to climate is probably pretty similar to mine. So I studied communication, you studied communication, but when I was looking at jobs and environment, I often thought, oh, that's for math people, that's for science people, that's not for me. So kind of talk about the importance of communication in climate action in general, and why comms people should go into climate work.
Yeah, it's actually a really good, it's a good question. And I think we could actually have a conversation about this for a very long time. I'll say, maybe just to keep it short and sweet, the way that we communicate climate change, we're the ones, the communicators are the ones that are going to have to tailor messaging to different groups. And it's really important that communications people go into environmental communications and climate change communications, because this takes people from all different backgrounds, not just like the nonprofit background, but we need people communicating who are used to communicating in the private sector. We need the people who are used to communicating at the government level. So the Global Landscapes Forum is under a larger research organization called the Center for International Forestry Research. The communications director for that is a woman. She's incredible. And I was listening to a presentation from her about a few months ago, and she was saying, we're not going to reach people with just data, just numbers, hard facts. And just not some scientists, it's like, what? We're not. But this is what I do. She's like, we need to tell the human stories about restoration degradation and about the climate crisis in order to reach the people that aren't convinced yet. We need to tell the human stories and put a human face to this to reach people at an emotional level. And I just thought that was, it was super concrete, because then now, because of her, saying like, this is what we need to do, it's now trickled down into our initiative. And so that's become a huge objective of our communication strategy for 2021. And it was the first time actually that I'd heard a communications leader, and it happened because I've only ever worked for men in communications normally. And it was a woman who was saying, like, this is the thing that research has shown reaches people. And I think that, yeah, the more people that can tell these human stories, the better. the more communicators that can go into this and you know, so like the Guardian, like last year said, we can't call it climate change anymore. We have to call it climate crisis. We have to tell it for what it really is. And so the more people that we have in this space that are making these connections and saying it's the human stories, it's these types of words that we have to use, it's these types of messaging that we have to use, the better.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the work you're doing is also kind of dispelling kind of the elitism of climate science. You know, this was not something that people were necessarily talking about on the street in the 1980s, for example. But now, you know, looking at data, like at least people in the United States are making voting decisions and local leadership decisions based on whether their leaders are going to act on climate or not. And I think
Incredible.
You're 100% right. Like people need to kind of see themselves in this work, and in Florida and Africa and, you know, many of the places that you do work and here at home, you know, people are feeling the impacts, and, you know, whether it's heat stress or sea level rise, you know, you name it, people are actually feeling these things, and really connecting global audiences to an individual story is so powerful and 100% needed.
It's extremely powerful, and it has to be very localized too. So that's what I've discovered, and that's what I've learned. That doesn't mean that that's like the end all be all, you know, but it's like the more that I can connect with organizations, let's say in Kenya, and I can say, what are your stories? Tell me what's going on. How can I share this with people who are in similar situations or are in similar landscapes, or, you know, the women who are living in communities who are experiencing the impact of climate change and who are mothers? How can I take your story as a mother living in your community and seeing your land being degraded? And can I take this, how can I take this to maybe a mother in the US and share this story? And then perhaps maybe she makes a new decision or decides to be more sustainable or decides to get involved in her local community around climate change. So yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, that's great. So, you know, it really takes an individual often to take leadership and to, you know, make changes in their local communities. And I would venture to say it takes comms people to tell their stories and to really bring this global issue to global audiences. So I have really enjoyed talking to you today, Melissa.
I enjoyed it too. And if I can just say one more thing before we wrap up.
Please.
I think communicators, and I have to say, I mean, I can say this about myself and I can probably say this about you too, just based on our conversation. Communicators are essentially listeners. We're just listening to information. The information's coming to us. And then we're the ones that are packaging it or putting it into the story that's going to create impact. And I think the more that we can do that for especially issues like climate change, and for you for getting people to vote on certain issues or just getting people to vote in general, I think the better. So yeah, thank you so much for this.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Marcello, and I'd like to welcome you to the STEM Efforts on Campus panel. First, I'd like to thank you all who are tuned in online for spending your time with us on International Women's Day. During this session, I'll be discussing STEM-related topics and leadership topics with 4 of CCI's very own women student leaders. And we're just going to get started with a few introductions. First, I will start as I'm leading this panel. I am a CCI alumna. I graduated in class of 2019. My name is Natalie Marcello, if I didn't already mention that, because I will be honest, I'm a little nervous here. So when I was at FSU, I was a student leader myself, very involved in CCI. I served on leadership boards of STARS, AITP, amongst other things. After graduation, I moved to Colorado, and I am currently a systems engineer for Lockheed Martin Space. Alrighty, so Kelly, let's get started with you first.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kelly Newbra. I am an ICT major with a minor in business analytics, and I'm a senior here at FSU, and I am from Naples, Florida.
Cool. Emily?
Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Logan. I am a senior ICT major here at FSU, and I'm originally from Orlando, Florida.
Cameron?
Hi, everyone. My name is Cameron. I'm a graduating senior majoring in information communication technology. I'm also minoring in computer science, and I'm from Orlando, Florida.
And last but not least, we have Miss Gabby, or Gabrielle.
Gabby's fine. Hi, everyone. I'm Gabby Dunlap. I'm a graduating senior from Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm majoring in information communication and technology.
Awesome. So we have a lot of ICT girls in this group. And we are going to start off with kind of reviewing what student organizations you all are leaders of in CCI. And then maybe if you can touch on how this past year has affected some of the goals you had for your organizations.
Right now, and CCI, I am the president of STARS. It stands for Students in Technology and Academia Research and Service. It's a little bit of a mouthful, so STARS is a lot easier. Our main goal is just to get more women and minorities into the IT field. And we do this by focusing on 3 main outreach goals, and that's by student outreach here at FSU. We do that through 8 student organizations that we have. We also do company outreach, which is really strengthened by our STARS alumni. And we do K through 12 outreach. Obviously, with this new environment that we have now, it's been harder to make those connections. However, it's also opened up so many more opportunities. I mean, outreach, we've been able to expand not just in the Tallahassee community, which we have typically done in the past, but now we've made more resources for just all K through 12 and be able to have speakers of our alumni that aren't in Tallahassee, which has been really great. It's definitely been challenging. I've had to be more creative just to make those connections and to keep people involved, but it's been an interesting challenge to say the least.
Yeah, I bet. Thanks for sharing.
I'll go next. I'm the president of Women Wednesdays at FSU, and similar to STARS and what Kelly was saying, we're really trying to grow the organization and get women more involved. So if you don't know anything about Women Wednesdays at FSU, it's a social mentorship organization on campus. It helps with life during college and the transition after graduation. So some of our goals are to partner with on and off campus organizations, providing education about access to on-campus resources, growing the organization, as well as growing other female organizations. Like Kelly said, again, virtual meetings are a little bit hard. We have definitely seen a drop in audience members, but in order to grow those, we reached out to other female-based organizations on campus. Something that I was really proud of and was one of our most popular meetings was the Together panel last semester, where we actually had about 20 representatives of other female-based organizations on campus all came together, and we discussed issues for women on campus, things like safety, inclusivity, gender disparities in STEM. So it was a very productive conversation, and it also helps create a great network of women and organizations for the future. So that kind of brought all of our goals together in one.
That's awesome, Emily. Thank you.
So I'm the president of Women in IT/ICT Sharing Experiences, WISE for short. And basically with WISE, our main focus is to be a support group for women in the IT, ICT, tech-related majors. However, not just limited to them. We have people in our organization from all different types of backgrounds, but we're going to focus on personal development and professional development as well. So we're going to have different workshops, company tours, networking opportunities. We're having speakers come in that are in jobs that the members of our organization would like to have one day, so they're able to make those connections with them. Due to COVID, however, we really haven't been able to do company tours or have those in-person networking like we did a 3D printing one in the past. However, we're still making the best of it because we are doing a guest speaker series. So we've had some wonderful speakers come in, all from different backgrounds. A couple of weeks ago, we actually had a woman come and speak to us that works with Coke, and she also worked with Home Depot. And that's just one of the few amazing speakers we've had during this guest speaker series.
Awesome. Thank you, Cameron.
So I'm the co-founder and current vice president of Blackson Computing, and we're actually a fairly new student organization on campus. We're just a little over a year old, and we really focus on professional development for our members and also providing them with academic support. A lot of our members, when they come into college, they've never seen a lick of code before. So we really focus on providing them with the academic support that they need. And as well as a lot of the other organizations in CCI, like I said earlier, the professional development, we've had recruiters from Deloitte come in, JEA, Acosta, and some of our members have actually been hired. And so we really want to make sure that we're providing our members with everything that they need, the tools that they need to be successful when they leave Florida State. And as far as COVID and the wrench that it's thrown in our organization, we really also focus on outreach, but because of COVID, we haven't been able to physically go into local predominantly Black high schools and just bring awareness to the opportunities for them in this field. But our executive board next year, they've already been planning ways to heavily focus on that. So hopefully next year they can turn it around and they'll be able to get into the schools and do what we originally planned to do this year.
Great. Yes, that's awesome to hear. And I'm sure, especially with how everything has played out this year, just creating a new student organization must have been even a bigger challenge, and you were able to overcome so much. So that's awesome. And so going in right after that question, can you guys discuss some of your leadership styles? Everyone always has differing views and ways that they run their student organizations. And it's always interesting to see what works best for each individual.
Just personally for my leadership style, I value feedback and input so much, especially from the people that I work with. And I see it as more of a collaborative effort in making sure that they don't only see me as like a leader or a president, like they see me as someone that they can come to, as someone they can come and confide to, whether they need help or support or just need to talk things out and brainstorm, because I know that's something that I really like to do. I like to give feedback, especially on every decision that I make, because I want to make sure that's benefiting my whole organization, whether it be, I'm also president of another larger organization, and that has definitely shown some challenges, especially during COVID. But it's very important, especially with STARS, with the amount of communication we need. I mean, it's across 8 student organizations. So maintaining that communication, whether it be just feedback or ways to improve, it's very important.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll share. I would say my leadership style, if we're going to put like a title on it, would be more democratic. I also really value feedback and input. I think especially in Women Wednesdays, I try to set my team up for success by delegating tasks, but giving them the freedom and the input on those tasks. So I have tried to set up bi-weekly meetings with each of my members so that we can kind of have that open communication. And if I'm doing something that they might not exactly like, they can give me that feedback and let me know about it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm also have a democratic leadership style as well. It's just super important that you're not micromanaging over the members of your team, but nowadays more than the technical skills, interpersonal skills are super important too. So having effective communication, active listening, showing empathy, super important so that you're able to help the team with whatever they may need and just to make sure you all are able to move efficiently to get the task done.
Yeah, I agree with what everyone else has said. I'm also a Democratic, but I'm also a little bit of authoritative as well. So I think I'm a pretty good mix between them. I enjoy working in collaborative environments, and I think that's really what drives my leadership style. Not really the type of person to say, you know, here's this list of things, go do, and then I'll see you when it's done. I'm really hands-on, and I like to be there for every step of the process.
Great. Yes, I would agree. I think it's always nice being, at least when I was at FSU, it always helped out your organizations when you were just kind and understanding, because everyone has their own battles they're going through, especially with so much going on. I can't even imagine how it was being in school with COVID and everything. So just being understanding and making sure your organizations and your members know that you're there for them. And then sometimes you do need to take some time for yourself. So it's always a great thing to hear. So we're going to jump into some STEM related questions, because that's what we're here. And some of the ladies are going to address their personal experiences at FSU and some things that they know just about the industry as well. So we're going to start off with discussing how you all became interested in a technology communications field. According to Catalyst, statistically in 2018, about only 20% of females graduate with a bachelor's degree in engineering or technology-related degrees.
So I actually got into this field, or got interested in this field before coming to FSU. I was blessed to go to a high school that offered a technology pathway. And I actually have an older brother who took like an intro course to that pathway. And I saw him at home like doing his homework, and I just thought it was the coolest thing ever. So I was like, I'm going to try it out. And I stuck with it, and here I am, and I'm about to graduate with a degree in this field. So yeah, that's how I started out in it.
So for me, I've always just loved tech at a young age. All of the latest devices were always super interesting to me. I always was on the computer all the time. Probably should have been outside, but tech is just so interesting.
Hey, that's okay.
So I definitely knew I wanted to major in tech, and FSU has such an amazing school within the CCI and all the different majors. And then I kind of knew I didn't want it to specifically do IT because it's a lot of tech stuff and fixing devices, more to that, but you get the gist. And then when I saw ICT, I was like, wow, this is perfect. This blends both communication and more of a freer design element, but you're also still doing tech. Found the major, and I've been in it ever since. It's one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. I absolutely love it. Professors are amazing. Classes are wonderful. It's a great major.
Wow, Cameron, that's awesome to hear. Yep. And for those of you that don't know what ICT means, it's information communication technology, and it's kind of the IT major, but with more communications courses involved. And personally, that's what I stumbled into when I was at FSU, and I decided to go the full IT route. But that was one thing I just loved. The faculty, the staff, everyone's always willing to help. And it's such a unique major that you don't find in many other schools, and it's definitely a benefit that FSU is able to provide something like that.
I think they both made great points. I'm kind of the opposite though. Like I had no idea what I wanted to do when I got to college. I kind of was just like, we're going to college, we're going to figure it out, it's going to be great. And I was an exploratory major for my first year at FSU. So I got to kind of try out different classes to determine what my major was going to be. So it was perfect for me. My advisor was such a great influence on me. So after I talked to her about my history, I worked at a library my senior year. And in that position, I got to work a lot with the patrons and help them with their technology, especially being from Naples. We had a much older demographic that kind of struggled more in this new technology age for sure. So, and I loved my job. So when I told her about that, she said, "Have you heard about ICT?" And I was like, I didn't even know what it was. And whenever I thought of IT, you always think of those TV shows where people are just like coding and they're like, I'm in. So that's kind of what I do about IT. So it was nice to just have that option that was kind of a combination of both, like having those basic IT skills. So I could say, I can code, which I love saying that. I think it makes me sound so cool. But then also being able to pursue a communication side as well, because I love the communications part, like being able to interact with people, especially because I'm more of an extrovert. So it was definitely like a windy road to STEM, but I'm so, as everyone said, like CCI is just an amazing program and they're just so supportive and I've loved it so much. So definitely the best decision for me.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, when you first get to college, I was totally the same way. I thought I knew what I wanted to do. I ended up being exploratory myself. So don't beat yourself up about it. But it's definitely nice having advisors you can go to and kind of figuring out what path you want to take. So we're going to jump into our next question. And for those of you that are a little bit more technologically focused, what are some challenges that women face in STEM pathways? And then why do you think so many stay away? And personally, have any of you faced any adversity due to being a female in any of your coursework?
Well, when I first declared my major, it wasn't even an issue that I was aware of. I was just so excited to like get into my classes and everything. But the more I got into my classes, more of the IT technical side, I kind of started to notice there was a difference between my communications classes and my IT classes. I was more surrounded by men. It was harder, especially when I walked into a class. Like the first thing I would do is be like, okay, where can I find a friend? Where can I find a buddy for the semester? And it became constantly harder to do that because it was a whole bunch of men and, you just feel more comfortable finding like a girl you can sit next to. Especially when most of the professors that I've had there, they've all been men. And the best technical IT professor that I had was Christy Chapman. I'm sure you guys probably had her too, but she was amazing. Right. She's awesome. She was I felt so comfortable speaking to her, and you could always tell, and you guys had a class. At the end of class, there was a line of students that would be there talking one-on-one with her, and because they felt comfortable to do that, and she gave that environment for her students. And I didn't really see that in any of my other IT courses, especially when there was a male professor, because I feel like I just felt more comfortable speaking, because you always want to feel more comfortable speaking to people that kind of understand your position and know where you're coming from. So that's been kind of something that I've noticed just in my IT courses for sure.
Yeah, I definitely agree, Kelly. And I think that, being a woman and computing, that's already tough. But for me, being a Black woman and computing, it's especially tough. I was reading an article for a project that I'm doing, and it said something like 77% of Black female students switch out of their computing majors before the end of their freshman year. And it's like, why? But unfortunately, this field can be sexist and sometimes racist, and it's very intimidating. And like Kelly said, you walk into a room, us being students, you walk into a classroom and you're surrounded by nothing but white men, Asian men, and it's like, where do I fit in? So there's this level of like uncomfortableness. And so it takes professors like Professor Chapman, Dr. Rankin as well. They really were, for me, they were support systems outside of the classroom, and that's what helped me get through my 4 years at FSU.
I'd like to add, Kelly, you were talking about professors, and this kind of brought up something in my mind, but I have had an experience where I took a technology course outside of the ICT coursework. And I feel like it's pretty comfortable in ICT. Like it's more even a little bit because of the communications courses. I feel like there are more women and it's a little bit more understood that it's kind of like more women are coming into that field. But once I took a course outside of that, it was all guys in my classes. And I often felt like when we were partnered up, they were just kind of talking at me and talking down to me in the conversations and didn't really realize that I already knew how to do most of the stuff in there. So it is really interesting. I feel like ICT does, while there is some like gender inequalities, I guess you would say, I have felt more comfortable there than outside of that bubble.
Thank you guys for sharing. I totally agree with everything you guys just discussed, and just thank you for being so raw, because it was something I experienced a little bit at FSU, especially being fully IT. You'd find yourself being maybe 2-3 girls in a class of 40 men. And I think that's why so many stray away from STEM related majors, and kind of, it's just so intimidating and you feel like you have to prove yourself a little bit more. But I also think that's a benefit, because you do find yourself working harder to prove yourself. And I think it's really noticeable and people really notice it. And then going into the industry, they are dying for women. So it's a benefit for us, especially post-graduation. And you can definitely tell with the company's culture. And I knew I wanted to work for a company that, although obviously there's going to be a big gap and it's going to continue until more women feel vulnerable and comfortable and really dive into STEM related majors, there are a lot of companies out there that are really trying to bridge that gap between diversity and inclusion. And that's something you always want to look for and see where you feel you're going to be best utilized and where you feel the most comfortable, because that is a huge part of your everyday life. And you definitely want your voice heard and considered always. So thank you guys for sharing that. And then we're going to go into a question that Gabby actually kind of touched upon during her sharing. Not only is the share of STEM degrees even smaller for women of color in the US, it's only about 14%, give or take. So we already have such a small number of women in STEM related fields, let alone women of color. So through your registered organizations, a lot of you are able to directly volunteer your time with younger girls and work on kind of recruiting girls of color, persons of color into being interested in STEM, because that's hard enough when you're younger. I mean, I would love for everyone to be like Cameron, who loves IT since we're little, but trying to recruit girls can be really difficult. So what projects have you guys done to get younger girls interested in STEM?
Really through mentorship. I've done a project through Godby High School, and we just went into the classroom, and Cameron was actually there with me, and just really raising the awareness. A lot of those the young ladies in those classes don't even realize that, you know, while you're on your Instagram and you're looking at your insights, like, you're doing data analytics, and that's technology. And so just getting them to understand that there's so much more in this field than just sitting on a computer and coding. And so projects that I did, like going to Godby, and mentorship, even with the freshmen on campus, like I said, they're a very vulnerable group. And so it's important to just be a role model for those students and for those young ladies.
Yeah, I've also recently worked with some local schools through the Talent Development Institute program. I've been teaching them some graphic design skills. I feel very comfortable doing that, but it's been really fun because the students are 4th through 12th grade. So you get a wide range of students from elementary and middle and high schoolers from all over Tallahassee area. So it's a great opportunity to kind of go over the basics and introduce them and get them excited about the possibility of being in a STEM career. So I found that that experience has been really rewarding in reaching the younger population.
I agree with both what Emily and Gabby said. Yeah, that experience at the high school was amazing. And like she was saying, a lot of these young women have no idea that tech is more than just coding on the computer, because that's how TV and entertainment paints it. So, you know, you have to let them know that there's so many different things going on. You have UX design, graphic design. Oh, you like art, but you kind of want to do tech too. Graphic design is perfect for that. You can completely do the creative side and not even code at all if that's not what you want to do. But honestly, you just have to make it exciting and just share your different experiences that you have so that other people will want to have the same opportunities as you do and just help them get there.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. Yes, I totally agree. You need to highlight that there's so much more. I mean, computer science is so broad, IT is so broad. There's so much that goes into it. And I think just informing girls of all the opportunities they could do with a degree of that nature. It's not just coding, it's not just hardcore programming like you see. And I feel like that's such a huge stereotype that we're really trying to stray away from. That being said, we're going to begin kind of wrapping up this panel. I just wanted to see if you guys can, yes, tech is more than coding. That is a key point from this session. So do you guys have any other hobbies outside of coding that you'd like to share?
I will go ahead and go. I am also a leader of another school organization that's been amazing. I joined it my freshman year. I'm also the president of Delta Nu Zeta, which we are a community service sorority. And so just being in that organization really opened my eyes to outreach and focusing on mentorship of girls, just mentoring them and nurturing them into STEM, because people feel more comfortable when they see themselves in the future. And it's just so important to do that. And then on top of that, just a little fun thing. I love to read. I mean, I'm a big Swiftie, a lot of fun things like that, but I definitely love my job here at FSU CCI. I work as the outreach coordinator, and I'm so thankful like events like this just are so inspiring. I mean, the reason that I'm even where I am today is because my freshman, sophomore, junior year, I saw this event and I saw these amazing women, all this diverse like panel, all the speakers, and it really inspired me to go for those leadership positions, to put myself and push myself out of my comfort zone and kind of do some more things like this. So I'm very thankful, and I definitely love this event for sure.
Yeah, I'll go. I am also the student director of marketing for FSU's campus recreation. So I do a lot of their graphic design work. If you've ever been to the Leach or the IM fields, you've probably seen a poster of mine that I've built out. But it's really great working for the campus, and I really enjoy my job. Outside of work, I love hiking. I've been trying to find all the trails in Tallahassee. So that's been really fun, exploring new places to go.
For me, I'm a university ambassador, so I could tell you about the school for 3 hours in the hot sun, give you some dad jokes too. I absolutely
Hey, at
love
least you
that
get a
job.
lot of steps in with that.
Yes, absolutely.
Lots of steps.
Definitely. So that experience is amazing. You're one of the first people meet. You're one of the first FSU students that people meet when they come to FSU for their experience, whether they go here or not. It's just an amazing opportunity. Even having to do it virtually outside of school. I like chilling with my family and friends. You know, we're doing it virtual now, so it's a lot of FaceTime calls. I just like to laugh, so you probably heard me giggle through this. It's just really fun. And then I'm also getting into reading too, reading more, making time for that and getting off of the technology. So I'm doing this thing where I read a book a month. So yeah.
So outside of like computing, I'm also a student athlete and I'm a cheerleader for the university. I'm actually one of the co-captains of the team, and I've been cheering for going on 18 years now. So that's been a hobby of mine pretty much my entire life. So I'm a cheerleader, and then I also coach cheerleading because I just love it so much, right? I athletics. I'm also a part of the Black Student Athlete Association here, which is a great community of just amazing athletes. So I love that. And then I'm also a member of the hardworking Kappa Epsilon chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. So I enjoy spending time with my line sisters and just the sisterhood aspect that we have. Cameron's also in my sorority too. So
That's awesome. Thank you all for sharing. So thank you all again for participating and highlighting all the amazing talents you guys bring to FSU CCI and for all your STEM related efforts. Do any of you have any post-graduation plans you'd like to share with us before we wrap up today?
Well, yes, I'm waiting for my acceptance from FSU into the IT master's program. So super excited about that. Get to spend more time at FSU.
All right, Eve, if you're listening, maybe you can help a girl out or something.
Yeah,
go
go ahead. Sorry. No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
it's not public yet, so I'm not going to say the company, but I just accepted a full-time business analyst in an analytic position. So
Awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats. I also secured a full-time position as a designer and social media manager for a company in Orlando. So that's exciting.
Congrats.
Congrats to all you guys. I am graduating this semester. Right now, I'm currently still interviewing with different companies and looking for a job. LinkedIn is my everything right now. Like, please link with me. But I'm definitely looking forward to the future.
Great. Yes, just keep on going. You'll definitely get the position that you're yearning for. So, alrighty. Well, thank you all for tuning in today to our STEM Efforts panel, and I hope you all have a great rest of your night. Thank you.
thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Women in Leadership Conference. My name is Emily Logan. I am the president of Women Wednesdays. And today I'm going to be talking to Jennifer Garner a little bit about the future of work. Jennifer, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Emily. Really excited to be here today. I'm Jennifer Garner. I am FSU College of Communication grad, class of 2005, and currently am the head of our Global Functional Academies at Kraft Heinz, transitioning in the midst of transition over to a new role leading global marketing capabilities. So really excited to tell you a little bit more about my career, how my role help support women within our company, and a little bit about the future of work and kind of where I can talk a little bit about the skills that I think are going to be critical as we transition.
Awesome. Well, we're so excited to have you. And I think with that, we will jump right in. Can you start by sharing a little bit about your background, maybe including a little bit about your current role in your employer?
Yeah, so as mentioned, graduated in 2005 from the College of Communication and with a focus in public relations. So immediately upon graduating, joined the Zimmerman Agency in Tallahassee and did that for about 2 years, transitioned over to a role with Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association as communication director. And then my husband joined the Air Force. We moved to California. I went back to working for Zimmerman remotely and did that for about 4.5 years, and loved all of the work that I did in the PR space, really loved especially the hospitality industry, and found that I just kind of wanted a little bit more out of my career and the work that I was doing, loved the creative side of things, but really was gaining an interest in the business side. And so transitioned to an in-house role working for Southern Resorts in the Panhandle, vacation rental and real estate company, while the Air Force had us stationed over at Eglin and Dustin area. And then from there, I decided to go back and get my MBA. So I got my MBA at Cornell, and from there joined Kraft Heinz in the the MBA General Management program, and have had multiple different roles, started in a marketing role, and consider myself a career marketer, just currently working in an HR function, but definitely using a lot of my marketing communication skills in that role. So within the Global Functional Academies, so learning and development, I'm responsible for ensuring that every employee at Kraft Heinz has a home for learning to accelerate their current role, think about other career opportunities that they might have, and the things that they need to achieve great results for the company. And as I transition over to leading capabilities, it's kind of looking at that next big level of beyond just the learning and skill building components. How do we as an organization ensure that we're setting our employees up for success, to be fit to win in the capabilities that are going to ensure that we deliver against our strategy and our goals? So with that, I've had a really great opportunity to learn a ton about our business and think about that future of work and what skills and capabilities are becoming really important.
Awesome. Sounds great. So can you talk a little bit about what leadership means to you?
Yeah, so I think for me, being a leader, there's 3 key characteristics that that define a great leader. And it's a mixture of achieving great results, being inspiring, helping develop others, and then preparing for the future. Always thinking about the here and the now, but also how that applies to where we're going, what you're doing, and how you can bring not only the results in the work that you're doing, but those around you, those that work for you, with you, and inspired to be a part of that.
For sure. So on that same thread of those 3 characteristics, what would you say is your personal leadership style?
Yeah, so, I really try to make sure that I have the right mix of those 3 things. And I think the key is that it's not one size fits all. So whatever role that you're in, and sort of how you show up for the people that you work with, and not just those that work for you, but really everyone around you is critical. And it's the key is getting to know all of the individual styles, individuals' preferences, and figuring out how you can utilize that right mix of those three things to help drive, inspire, engage those around you. So I find with right now my team, each one of them has different preferences, different interests, and they're not always the same either. It's kind of being able to decipher within the moment, what do you need to be focused on? And sometimes you just have to drive really hard towards a result. Make sure that you're including those other components of thinking about the future and inspiring and developing your team members, but maybe the result side is more important. Other times, it might be more of that people development side. Other times you might be focused less on the here and now, but the future. So that's really how I try to lead, is to make sure that I'm being very agile, navigating the situation that I'm in, and ultimately hoping that I'm inspiring the people around me to reach for big things and to believe in and challenge themselves along the way.
Yeah, so I know you talked a little bit about inspiring your team, but how do you engage in leadership outside of work?
Yeah, so for me, I've been very fortunate in that I am first generation, actually first person college in my family. And I've been very lucky to have be a part of great scholarship programs, both while I was at FSU and when getting my MBA at Cornell. And so a lot of what I do is really try to give back to those institutions with students, help people figure out, like I did, what do they want to do with their life? How are they going to get there? And making sure that people, especially young women, see someone like them that has done it, that's navigated tough situations, that has reinvented themselves. And I remember being in that place thinking, the decision I make right now is going to define the rest of my life. And it's part of that is, decisions you make early on are important, but I really want people to understand that you have opportunities to pivot, that you can take ownership of your own career and what you do. So I think that's really, really important to me, that I'm spending that time, and hopefully along the way, I've given people a chance to think of something new and different that they can do with their interests.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for sharing. So after you graduated from FSU, what would you say were some challenges that you faced in the workforce as a woman?
Yeah, so this was really interesting in that, PR is a primarily female dominated field. And so between that and joining a company that was actually 100% women within the PR department, it was really interesting in that I didn't have the typical challenges right away in my career in the role that I was in, but I was working with clients that were primarily male, had been in the industry for forever. Here I was, a young woman coming in, couldn't possibly know what they knew about their work and their field and their business, and really having to figure out how to set myself apart to show up as a leader, to show up as someone that they wanted to put their trust in. And I think what I struggled with early on was that there wasn't really a ton of mentorship that I had, honestly, or really acknowledgement of the fact that was a huge challenge. And it's not that the conversations weren't being had back in, sort of the 05 timeframe. It just wasn't as top of mind. And I remember, a handful of instances where I would be sitting at client dinners with being the only female at the table with a group of men who played golf together, that had inside jokes, that had been, all around the industry and the business for years, and feeling like, gosh, I'm really out of place here. And with that, I knew I was doing great work. I knew that trying to figure out how to be a part of that, and really just having to challenge myself to show up, to put myself, step outside of my comfort zone. And that was hard. It was definitely not easy, and it took me years to feel more comfortable with. And from there, I mentioned that my husband joined the Air Force, and we one of the reasons I ended up going back to work remotely for Zimmerman is they sent us to rural Central California for his first assignment, and loved the area that we were in, but I realized pretty quickly once we got there that there really weren't a ton of career opportunities. And that within the military, the expectations of spouses is that you don't work, that it's just not a thing, that I really had anybody around me that could help me figure out how to navigate this. And it was really important to me to continue to have a career. So I reached back out and had them, they hired me as their West Coast office, where, I took that as I've really got to sell myself hard, that, that this is worth them doing and investing in and taking a risk on. And from there found that I just, again, had to continue to challenge myself to make sure that I was showing my value. And meanwhile, being a part of a community that really had no idea why I was doing this or why it mattered to me. And then from there, deciding to join an MBA program where, I'd heard that, there's statistics regarding the number of women that are in business in general, and especially within MBA programs, it's pretty low. But I remember my first day of that program feeling like I was in a sea of men, and that was new for me. That just being a part of my everyday, and again having to set myself apart, find new challenges, like really show that I had a right to be there and that I was had a lot to offer to the discussions, and I think that was really a turning point in my career, knowing that this is kind of how it was going to be moving forward. And I've been lucky to be at a company where I feel valued, and there's a lot of opportunities for women.
Awesome. Can you talk a little bit about those opportunities that your company currently provides?
Yeah. So I feel really supported, and I've had a lot of great opportunity. But if you actually look at our leadership, it's primarily men. It's definitely more diverse in other ways, but we've challenged ourselves as a company to look at, what's the reason for that, what's causing it, and have actually found our data showed that we have a drop off in the number of women around the associate director role. And so one of the things we actually launched last year, and this is part of the team that I'm on that's responsible for it, is a program called the We Network. So it's a women's accelerator specifically for women at that level, and helping them understand like what it takes to get to the next level. How they can break barriers as a woman in a leadership role, and how to continue to push forward. So we're actively developing and giving those people the chance to own their own way through, but also making sure that we're looking really closely at the data and connecting to what's happening. Other ways are that things that we have to offer. We have business resource groups for all of the kind of underrepresented groups within the company, and within our women's BRG. It's a chance for people to come together and talk about the issues that are facing women at the company, opportunities to drive change. And our leadership and our board of directors actually looks to those groups to be the ones that are recommending and driving those changes. One of the things that came out of our women's BRG over the last couple of years was identifying that our parental leave policy was not up to par to some of our peer companies. And so this group of women made a recommendation as to the changes that needed to be made, and made a case to our head of people and our CEO about what we should be offering in order to continue to give parents, women that were becoming a parent, a chance to really continue to succeed. And they were really successful in making that change, getting even more than I think that was expected, because they came with a data-driven approach to it, and making some changes just within offices around the country in ensuring that we have space for new moms as they come back, and just things that help support women to continue to do great in their careers. So I'm really proud of the work that we do at Kraft Heinz in that space.
Yeah, that sounds great. I love that they really provided a support system, and it seems like they're really good at listening to what women need. Let's pivot a little bit to your current role. So you are the Global Learning and Development Director. How do you use your role and your opportunity to keep your organization growing?
Yeah, so when I joined the L&D team in 2018, it was interesting. We were in a midst of a transition. I joined at the same time that we hired a chief learning officer for the first time, and that was kind of a turning point of us moving from a training culture where if you had a problem to solve, the answer was training, to a learning culture, which is less about thinking of it as just something that solves problems, but actually building a culture in which learning is a superpower. Learning helps people continue to grow. It's part of one of our company core values. We dare to do better every day, and getting people to understand how they can make time for learning, learn like an owner is a key philosophy that we have at Kraft Heinz, and find opportunities to grow and develop themselves, not just because someone told them to or because they have a problem to solve, but because they're, we want our employees to be able to seek out chances to continue to grow and develop, and not just in their current role, but think about how that can apply to where they want to go and how they want to develop within their career at the company. So that's really been a lot of what we've been focused on over the last couple of years. And that's everything from curating existing learning opportunities in a way that it makes it easy for employees to find what they're looking for on demand. We have a really strong digital library of materials that people can learn kind of anything that's out there, even if it's something just kind of personal they want to learn more about. We offer a lot of custom programs that develop anywhere from our kind of foundational, fundamental skills up to more of our mastery level skills for our high potential leaders. And then that next stage is really part of, my move to a new role in capability development, is thinking about it even more holistically now. So really taking that evolution to what do we need to do as a company to meet our enterprise strategy, our goals, kind of take ourselves into the future. And it's not just about training, it's not just about learning and skill building, but it's more than that. It's challenging ourselves, making sure that we are not waiting to be disrupted, but are being the ones that are disrupting by thinking about the way our organization is designed, our processes, our systems and tools, and enabling people within their role, within the business to make that happen, and not just think that HR and the L&D team has to be the one to do that for them. So really excited about this transition for myself as well, because it will continue to kind of evolve my expertise, my way of thinking, and give me a chance to use my marketing skills in a completely different way.
Awesome. Well, that all sounds really great. So I'm sure everyone wants to know this. What do you see as the future role for CCI students and recent alumni? Like, what should we be developing? What skills should we be learning in order to raise the bar and be able to get jobs?
Yeah, so I think that being in CCI is the number one thing, right? It's just the communication skills are incredibly sought after, and they're teachable, but they're hard to teach if you haven't been focusing on them. And everyone's coming out of college with clear skills on how to do the job they're going into, but not everybody has those just kind of core communication skills. And regardless of what classes you've taken, I think knowing that that's been a part of your development is already setting you up for success. And I will say that even in my own career path, I'm a great example of the fact that I was a communication marketing professional for many years, and it was literally those skills and those experiences that opened the door for me to have a major career transition over to like really a business-driven communication space within learning and development. And that, when our chief people officer asked me to move over to that role, and just kind of out of the blue, and I asked why, it was because of my background and my skills, that they wanted to bring fresh thinking and the different communication style into a space. So I joined a team of people that had been doing this their entire career, and I learned so much from them, but I was able to help, teach them some different things too about sort of how to promote and share the work that we were doing and to connect it to the business more deeply. So, the other top of mind skills that I think about are influencing without authority. So there's such a huge move right now, like agile is such a hot topic, and a lot of the future of work is moving to an agile work culture and away from that kind of top-down approach. So whereas supervisory skills and direct leadership was really key, being able to influence people you have no direct authority over is going to really be critical. So think about that, putting yourself outside of your comfort zone, taking courses like on negotiation or just things that will allow you to think differently about how you work with others. Additionally, digital skills. So anything digital is just mission critical for really any function, any role. Right now, within the transformation office at Kraft Heinz, a huge portion of that is what we're calling digital revolution. And that's all about how do we need to be thinking differently about digital across the entire organization. So it's not just people in a IT role or a digital marketing role or something that's really easily connects back to digital, but it's every role that we're in needs to be digital heavy. So it's thinking differently about e-commerce, getting people into our e-commerce space that have that digital background. It's thinking about supply chain automation and what we can be doing differently there. And everything like people analytics. We have all of this data at our fingertips for our people, and the people is such a key portion of the future of work and more of a people first approach. But if you have that data available and you can kind of use it to figure out, what's been happening, identify trends and how to enhance things for the future, that's key. And then really the last thing I would say is learning agility and, never stop learning even after you graduate. Continue to seek out opportunities that will allow you to continue to grow and develop, whether it's formal, social learning experiences, thinking about everything that you're doing as a chance to learn and grow. Chances to fail are often the best learning experiences. But the more you actively practice learning in your day-to-day, the better you'll be able to pivot quickly as you take on big new challenges. And as we think about that future of work, just being so much more agile focused.
All right, well, I think we learned a lot here today for sure. So I already got a step in the right direction. But that was my last question. I really appreciate you coming to talk with us today. And like I said, we did learn a lot. So thank you all for coming, and hope you enjoy the rest of the Women in Leadership Conference.
Awesome. Thanks, Emily. Good chatting with you.
Have a good one.
Hello, my name is Erica Benton, and I am the Office Administrator and Marketing Manager for the Florida First Amendment Foundation. And today I will be interviewing Jen Topper.
Hi, I'm Jen Topper. I'm the Communications Director for the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press in Washington, D.C.
All right, we have a lovely resume here for Miss Jen Topper, and I want to give you guys a little bit more information about her. Right now, as she said, she is the Communications Director for the Reporters Committee for Freedom of Press. She also oversees the development and execution communication strategies to advance the organization's mission, which is to provide legal services for journalists and increase awareness for its resources. Before joining the Reporters Committee, Jen was the Communications Director at Sunlight Foundation. She managed media relations at Free Press. And before moving to Washington, D.C., she worked in a civic and nonprofit practice at Rubenstein Communications, which is a public relations firm based in New York. She holds a bachelor's degree in studio arts and master's degree in media communication studies with a concentration in public communications, both from the lovely Florida State University. While at FSU, she served as the sports editor and editor-in-chief of the independent student newspaper, the FSU View and the Florida Flambeau. She currently resides in Washington, D.C. with her lovely husband, Ian, and their wonderful Bernese mountain dog, Orville. So we're going to jump into a few questions here for Ms. Jen Topper. The first question I have for you, Jen, is how did you begin your career as a nonprofit communication professional?
Yeah, I started my career with an internship at Rubenstein, the PR agency that I worked for in New York City, where I had the opportunity to work with national nonprofit clients and small local New York-based nonprofit clients, as well as several corporate clients, and kind of decided that I really liked the nonprofit space and the nonprofit work. So during graduate school, I went and studied media and information and kind of was further drawn to the idea of working in the nonprofit world, working on issues about where information was directly helping people's lives.
Awesome, that is great. That's an interesting start. So how important is it for young women to consider work-life balance while applying for certain positions in this field?
I think it's extremely important for women, especially for women, to consider work-life balance, because there's sort of an expectation in the nonprofit industry that you're just supposed to be driven by passion and to work for the mission, and you can't keep going along all the time unless you're taking care of yourself along the way. Passion, you might seem like it's bottomless at first, but you can burn out really quickly with those kinds of expectations. So there's this sense that you have to do this work for the greater good, but you also really need to take care of yourself along the way.
That's excellent, because I understand completely. So what are some things you believe women should ask themselves before taking on a leadership role?
I think there are a lot of things that women should think about when considering a leadership role. Things like, what do I want to bring to this role? What do I have and want to share with people in the role that I'm about to embark on? What do I want people to learn, and what do I want them to learn specifically from me? How do I want to show up in this work? Who do I want to be as a leader?
Yeah, those are some really good and important questions to have moving on. Okay, so the other question I have for you is, if you were to give a young woman looking to enter this field advice, what would it be?
I would definitely say be confident in who you are and what you bring to the table and to your role. You don't always have to have all the answers or know the right course that you're going to take, but every opportunity is an opportunity to grow and learn. I would also say know your worth. It's very, very easy to fall into this trap of working for the greater good, but the truth is that the nonprofit industry has a tendency to undervalue its people. So you should not be afraid to pass up roles and opportunities that don't meet your needs and expectations. That's okay for you to say no if there's something there that's not the right fit or that's not for you.
Yeah, that's awesome advice. Thank you for that. Was there a particular leader you looked up to that you would say maybe inspired your career choice or perhaps your leadership goals?
Yes, I would start first off with Dr. Profit in the School of Communication. She opened my eyes to an entire world of knowledge and information that I didn't even know existed until I took her class in communication regulation. And now I work in the area of communication and regulation. So definite thanks to her for kind of showing me and opening those doors. And then I worked with several amazing women at the PR agency that I worked for, in particular, two bosses, Emily and Eileen. They treated me as a colleague instead of as an assistant. And that really helped build my confidence and helped me kind of learn and grow in who I was in my role. So they would do things like introduce me as a colleague. They took me to client meetings. They set boundaries for their work and made it okay for me to set boundaries as well. I also had one boss who talked me through how to negotiate after I famously failed in negotiating a promotion. He called me up and said, told me all the ways that I kind of had done it wrong and all the ways that I should have done it instead, and then gave me a second chance to practice. And I ended up getting the promotion so that the story ends well. But there are a lot of unwritten rules in workplace, and having somebody who's kind of a mentor figure kind of show you what those rules are and how to navigate them was really helpful. So I would definitely say those few people kind of set the bar.
Yeah, that's awesome. Great negotiation tactics and things. I'm gonna have to call you afterwards to figure out what those were. So
Never
for
take the first offer. The answer was never take the first offer.
Oh, okay, awesome. So and aim high, right? Would that be another? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Always aim high. All right. So for you, how important is giving back to the community and or being a resource to young women?
It's hugely important for me to be a resource to other young women. Like I said, there are so many unwritten rules of a workplace that you're sort of left to figure out by yourself. And unless someone else kind of shows you those ropes. So I want to do the best I can to help other people learn those kinds of things. And I think it's especially true as a woman in these roles. And for me, particularly as a white woman in leadership, I know that I want to make sure in my position that I'm leading equitably and transparently and helping others kind of learn those things so that it's a more equitable environment for everybody.
Okay, yeah. So speaking of these type of positions and giving back, how do you think we can get more women into these leadership roles?
Yes, more women beget more women. So just in putting women in leadership roles is a start, but supporting them when they are there is really the key. We need to be more welcoming and have more opportunities for women leaders. But I want to also identify that you don't have to be a senior manager or a senior person in your organization in order to be a leader. Management and leadership are totally different. So we need to be better about identifying leaders who might not be in those roles and lifting them up too. Recognizing leadership qualities in someone who might not be a director or a manager is a huge step. We also need to take steps to make sure that the workplace is more equitable and inclusive for all women. Things like paid family leave, salary equity really go a long way in empowering women to be able to even take these roles on.
Yeah, awesome. I think that's a really good point between the people that aren't necessarily in leadership roles, but they're in those management roles, really trying to see that career advancement and helping people to grow within the company. I think it's really good. So with that, did you experience any challenges while starting your career as a woman?
Absolutely. I would say it took me a little while to kind of find my niche into where I kind of wanted to be and what issues I wanted to work on. I'm very lucky to have had the opportunity and the privilege and the means to kind of find that out and to take some time to figure out what I wanted to be when I grew up. And to be able to explore the different paths to get there, whether through an internship in New York to all the way to the nonprofit world here in DC.
Awesome. Okay, great. So, what kind of challenges do you think women continue to face, either in the public sector or communication and marketing industry?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of challenges that women face, particularly in public interest communications and nonprofit communications. Um, Women, I think, are often undervalued in some of these roles because they're looked at as more administrative roles or more general support roles. But in reality, these are really important positions within an organization. I think women of color in particular face the effects of racism that are built into the culture and the systems. Those are not no different in nonprofit than they are in any of the corporate cultures that we talk about and look at. And we also know that women shoulder a lot of the kind of additional unpaid labor of, of work. So whether that's right now in particular, like during the pandemic, when there's a childcare crisis, it's often women that are left to pick up that kind of work as well, taking care of family members, things like that. So I think there are a significant number of challenges that women face right now.
So, with these challenges, do you see any progress, or do you believe there's been some type of movement to change these barriers for women in the field?
Yeah, I do see progress. I see in just the last 2 years on things like paid family leave and opportunities for women to take time off when they need it for childcare or to take care of family members. Those things go a long way. I see a lot more organizations doing pay equity studies to make sure that there's equity across the board within the organization and within the market for their positions. And I do see a little bit more of a commitment to equity and inclusion in the workplace. So not just diversity, but actual inclusion, and the idea that if you're not addressing things like systemic racism in your work culture, that you're not going to be able to retain people. You're not going to be able to be a place where people want to work and do good work.
Right. You make your people feel good. They want to stay.
They want to stay. So these things are, and investing in your people in that way is, I think, a lot more important than kind of constant turnover and always trying to fill a position.
Yeah, that's good. So we're gonna go focus more on the CCI students. So what do you envision the field to be like for future CCI students and recent grads? Maybe different opportunities, or kind of just if you have to give a little blurb about the future of this type of industry, what would they be going into?
I see this field as an incredible space for CCI students right now. There are lots of opportunities, and public interest work in particular is so important, and it's really fulfilling, or can be really fulfilling. And in particular, communication skills are applicable across all sorts of different industries, across all sorts of different roles. So you really are opening a door for yourself just with a communications kind of background and degree. Strategic thinking, message development, audience development, all of these things factor in whether you're working at a nonprofit organization as a communications director or whether you're working at a corporate organization as a strategic initiatives manager or something else. All of these skills are just so applicable in different ways. So I think there's such a great opportunity for CCI students now.
Awesome, awesome. So how can CCI students and recent grads prove themselves to have those leadership skills they need to advance in today's society?
I would say just do your best and be open to learning from everybody that you come across and every opportunity that you get. Leadership is something that you nurture and develop. It's not something that you just happen to have and don't ever have to work on. It's a constant kind of journey. So look out for all the opportunities you can to ask questions, learn new information, be humble about what you know and what you don't know. People will respect you as a leader for being honest about where your learning opportunities are, and be transparent. And as much as you can be open and accepting of feedback, that's the best way to kind of evolve and grow into these kinds of roles.
Right. I tell my students all the time they have to learn that constructive criticism anywhere they go. It can take you a long way, right? Being able to see the criticism and take it and understand how to move forward and actually work on moving forward. Within that.
Actually hear it and then take action to address it is a really important skill.
Right, right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jen, for coming in and interviewing with us and talking so that we can continue this conversation about leadership and how to incorporate more ideas into these various fields. It's great to have you.
Thank you so much for having me. This was great, and I'm honored to participate.
Hi.
Hi.
It's so great to be here. I'm Michaela.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alyssa Ovaya, and happy International Women's Day.
So the topic for this is going to be living uncomfortably, and I just want to introduce our guest speaker really fast. This is Alyssa, as she just said, and she's a senior developer at Capgemini.
Yes, and a little bit more about myself. I'm Haitian Colombian. I moved to the US when I was 10 years old. I'm a first generation college student. I came through FSU through the CARE program. I graduated in 2017 with an IT degree and quickly started my career within 3 weeks later.
That's awesome. And then just a little bit about myself. I'm Michaela, and I graduated this past May in 2020 with a degree in information technology. And I started at Lockheed Martin about a couple of days after graduation.
Yep.
All right. So Alyssa, just a little bit about yourself. What was your first steps coming right after graduation?
So right after graduating, I didn't have many people in my family or in my direct circle to look to when it came to like working in corporate America outside of my professors. But one big thing that I was very uncomfortable in such a large organization, 250,000 people, huge international organization. And one way that I was able to find my footing was to compare corporate life with my college life, in the sense of my work was my homework, or my homework was my work. The student resource groups we had on campus became the employee resource groups. Finding mentors would be my professors in that sense. And so the industry knowledge replaced the hackathons. So that's how I was able to be a little bit more comfortable going into my career and finding a little bit more footing. And one thing I noticed a lot was my college experience was really fruitful and worthwhile based on things that happened outside of the classroom. So my involvement on campus, the things I did with my weekend, which was mostly locked up in a library with like 400 computer science students doing hackathons, and taking some of those experiences and trying to put it into the workplace. So I quickly got involved in different employee resource groups. the affinity networks really helped a lot to find a sense of community in the workplace. I joined the Black Heritage Network, the Hispanic Heritage Network, the Gay Pride Alliance Network. And through that, I was able to sort of find a sense of self. So that way I felt safe stepping outside of my comfort zone to explore my career.
Yeah. And then Alyssa and I talked previously just to get to know each other, and she shared some of her experiences with the city leadership program. And one thing that you mentioned to me was whenever you felt that you accomplished something or you were ready for your next step, that you weren't afraid to just kind of go for it and ask and be ready for that rotation. So kind of, and that's definitely something uncomfortable as like a new grad to like be asking for those things. So how did you feel, and what advice would you give for someone that's getting ready to be ready for that next step?
One quote that resonates with me a lot is by Susan C. Young, where she states that you are the author of your own life story. And I use that to take control when in situations where I either feel uncomfortable or I want my life to go a certain direction. And a big part of it from our conversations is, for instance, reaching out. In the city leadership program and global information security, we were given a list of 12 different roles or so that we could potentially do as our next rotation. Some of them didn't really like hit the spot for me, and I didn't want to spend 1 year somewhere that I was not passionate in the work that I was doing. So I took it upon myself. I downloaded the directory list for the company, filtered through everyone that was in North America or in cybersecurity, and I reached out to them. I maximized my lunchtime. I met with them, whether it was a coffee and walk. All of those instances, initially, I understood, like it felt weird, it was uncomfortable. Anytime I get the jitters or my heart is racing or my palms are sweating, that's when I know I need to do it. Because if I don't do it, if I don't get over it, then I'm not gonna grow. I'm not gonna get exactly what I want. I have a big vision for my life, and I believe that you should make work for you. And in that sense, I really needed to like hone into my leadership skills for myself, for my personal development, in order to create the life that I envisioned.
Yeah. And then also something about Alyssa is that she already mentioned that she participates in hackathons, and that's something that you still try and be involved with as you move around in your career. And that also involves some traveling too, which is a really cool opportunity to have. So how do you manage the work-life balance of that, going into hackathons and then also being able to travel and participate in all these other events?
That's a really good point with work-life balance. One thing that as a recent grad, I didn't really understand. I was super excited that, oh, I only have to worry about one thing, work, not like 4 different classes, 5 different classes, assignments, exams. No, but the thing is, you spend 8 hours a day working or more. It depends on your project too. That's when I needed to really like sit down with myself and make a structure for me that would work for me. And through trial and error, whether it was waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go chase the sunrise, because that gave me a sense at like 6 a.m. that I did something with my day. And I was really happy and confident going into the office or going into my team meetings, into my work for the day, and having something to look forward to after work was great. Sure, it takes a lot of energy, but what else are you gonna do? Sleep? You know, like sleep is gonna be sleep. But like life is happening outside of your comfort zone. And with the hackathons, I'm able to connect with the communities in whatever cities I'm in, the tech communities. And another big part that I love in hackathons is, one, when you're there, I would show up alone. After graduating, I didn't have my classmates to be my teammates. So I showed up alone. It was a little scary. It was a very big group, lots of diversity from like college students to industry professionals. And having to go up to people to introduce yourself and market your skills and try to form a team. Especially as a Black woman, especially in the technology field, sometimes you get the bro culture of people just pushing you away, but that's fine. I know no is a possibility, but yes is also a possibility. So that pushed me to go out, introduce myself, and make teams. And another big part, because I knew how I felt as a woman in these spaces, whenever I saw another woman, I went ahead and I broke that barrier, allowed us to connect, and encouraged each other. And my last recent hackathon before the pandemic happened was in 2019. It was Earth X Hacks, and it's a global hackathon that happens every year, and it's geared towards sustainability, which is one of my passions. And there, not only did I bring one of my really good friends along with me, she's a mechanical engineer. She's like, I haven't coded since like freshman year of college. I can't do this. I'm like, you can, you have skill sets. Technology is so much more than just like, I can build this machine learning algorithm, or I can do data analytics. There's just like so much more facets of technology. So me bringing her along, and also meeting different students from all over the United States, learning new tools, pushing myself outside of my comfort zone, and also admitting that I didn't know certain things and allowing myself to learn new skill sets in that time, like in your hackathon time period. Yeah, so, and we were able to work together. We actually won not only the first place grand prize for the hackathon, but also a couple of the sponsor prizes. So that was a really great experience. And doing things like that really encourages me to keep pushing myself outside of my comfort zone.
Yeah. Then we have a couple questions in our chat. Kelly asked, did any of those lead to good ideas or products when you were at hackathons? Like, did you find inspiration to bring back to your job?
Inspiration to bring back to my job, yes. A lot of the times when I would do the hackathons, I would go back to my team. One of my most recent teams when I was at Citi was for network automation, and we had so much work to do. It was a brand new team, and we were trying to take, Citi is about 200 years old, so a lot of old infrastructure devices, and trying to make it smarter. But we were basically the middleman trying to make that translation for it. So me telling my team about my experience at the hackathon, they got inspired. They're like, we should do one for our team too. So those were instances where the energy of the hackathons I brought into the workplace. When it comes to products and services, whenever you do present at the competitions, companies will come up to you, whether it be to hire you, or my most recent one, the EarthX hack, we had different entrepreneurs and investors come up to us, and they really wanted to invest in the products that we made. Although I needed to understand that I was not too passionate about it, like I would not leave my 9 to 5 to do it. A couple of my teammates who were more in the technical space of technology, they did go ahead and went with it. So that was nice. So yes, it happens.
And then we have another question. Are there any challenges that you faced in college different than to the challenges that you face now as a leader in your leadership skills?
That's a really good one. One thing I needed to learn is that leadership is not a title. Leadership is a skill set, and you need to continue building upon it. And in the workplace, one of the most recent, another example I have, when I made the move from cybersecurity, governance and planning and data analytics over to infrastructure side of technology, networks and cloud, I noticed a big difference in the culture. Cybersecurity did have a lot more women, and it was a little bit more business. And then networks, very male dominated. Everyone was very siloed and like clock in, do my job, get out. I didn't like that. I'm a big social butterfly, and I took it upon myself to throw a department potluck. I asked my manager, I just spit the idea out to my manager, and she told me about the different tools that we have available. So I went ahead and I made a SharePoint site, put the sign up list, and I was overwhelmed about the response that we had. We had like over 100 something people sign up for dishes. Like that event was talked about in the office for weeks, and your leadership shows up in different aspects. And honestly, to me, it's about creating community and fostering it and making a more inclusive culture.
And then another question, how are you setting yourself apart in such a large organization?
Hi, Hannah. And large organizations, currently at Capgemini, we are also a very large organization, 250,000 multinational consulting firm. One of the biggest ways, especially as a Black woman in technology, is to make your voice be heard. I work remotely. My department is remote. This is pre-pandemic as well. I noticed that a lot of us in the department, the culture, we don't really have our cameras on, which is fine. A lot of us don't talk, which is fine. But to me, I don't like that. I want to talk. I want you to see my face. I want to laugh. So one way that I do set myself apart is by turning the camera on, contributing into conversations, and also joining your employee resource groups, because that way you get to network across the organization and you're not just stuck in your department.
Oh. And then another question that just popped up, what's your favorite part about your job right now?
Currently, I really love my organization right now, and I'm really happy that they found me and we found each other. My favorite part is my flexibility. And flexibility in where I can live, flexibility in my hours of work, flexibility in my mobility throughout the organization too. One thing about Capgemini that I really like is that they really fuel your entrepreneurial spirit. And when I was at FSU, with CCI, I was able to do a entrepreneurial exchange program where we went to Puerto Rico, learned about how to start a business, how to market it, how to pitch to investors, all of that. And that really built a lot of skill sets in me. And being in this organization at Capgemini, I'm able to use those skills. And they have certain tools for you available. And recently they just upgraded it, and you get to choose where you would like to live, what kind of assignments you would like to do, where you see your career going, and that's all public for the staffing people to see. And you also get to discuss those goals with your manager. So I really like the fact that I can live anywhere. I can work different hours, and especially as a developer, it just matters about delivery and getting your story points completed. I will literally leave my apartment on a Tuesday at 5 p.m., drive out to a hot spring, sleep in a motel or in my car, log in the morning using my hotspot, pick up some phone calls, do whatever I need to do, and then go enjoy my day, go enjoy outside, and then come back home.
Yeah. And then another question, how do you continue to learn and grow your skills, which actually ties into one of the other things that we spoke about previously, was investing in yourself and making sure that where you work fits where your goals and your values lie as well.
Okay. One of my questions that I ask when I'm interviewing with organizations, with companies, is how do they invest in their talent? Whether it be ongoing certifications or Pluralsight, Coursera, those are my requirements. And once they do, I take it upon myself to put it in my leadership plan for the year, my yearly goals, that I want to take 2 leadership classes, or learn about AWS, or refine my skills in React. And that to me is my homework. After work, it's fun. Go to the gym, come home, work about an hour in your classes. It keeps me sane. And that's how I continue to learn my technical skills. And going to the hackathons help a lot too, because you get to put that into practice. One thing about college is you learn a lot of theory. You do practice some of it, but when you get to the workplace, that's when you apply it. And there's a little bit of a misconnection where you do trial and error to understand these theories, these concepts you learned in college, and how to apply it in real life.
Yeah. Another really great question from Laura. What is one thing that you wish that you knew before transitioning to the workforce from FSU? So for as a new grad.
As a new grad, I Alyssa, I don't like structure. I don't like routine. So one thing I wish I did embed into myself more was that, to be a little bit more specific when it came to my goals. and to really understand that my life is in my hands. It's not in my manager's hands. It's not in my parents' hands anymore. It's in my hands, and I need to own up. I need to be the entrepreneur of my life. So that's one thing I really wish that I honed on when I was transitioning from FSU to career.
And then another great question, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Hi, Muffet. 5 years from now, honestly, I've been thinking about that a lot. This year and the next couple of years, about 2 to 3 years, I want to be in a more senior leadership position in my organization. And after that, I want to be still more autonomous. I want to keep traveling, exploring different cultures, and learning different technologies. So in 5 years, I want to keep challenging myself, and I want to keep living life, falling in love with living life.
Love that. Another question from Isabella. What should students do to stand out if you were a recruiter? So why don't you tell us a little bit about how you were involved with CCI?
Sweet. And once I graduated from FSU and I started at Citi, I did notice, not just Citi, but any organization, I did notice that there was a gap not only in age and talent, but also in gender. So I made it a point my first year of my career to really reach out to the HR team to join on their recruitment efforts. I would go to FSU at the career fairs to look at students' resumes. And one thing that really stood out to the recruitment team was not only, sure, everyone has a degree, everyone will graduate, but what makes you stand out were your extracurricular activities and the things you did outside of the classroom, whether it was internships and your organization's involvement in on-campus organizations. One thing for me when I was at FSU and CCI, I was heavily involved in the different STARS organizations when it came to AITP, WISE, Campus Girl Scouts. Even before being an IT student, I was on the Women's Student Union board, all of the different activities that I could join into. I didn't realize at the time that it was making me a marketable person. To me, it was fun. To me, it was more of a sense of being part of the community. And that's what organizations want. They want you to be involved in their culture. They want to hire leaders. They want to hire people who will bring passion to their organization. So internships and on-campus involvement, as well as side projects or industry certifications, those really matter.
Yeah. And then also from Rhiannon. Hi, Rhiannon. What would be your advice to a new hire about mentorships and how to go about those while most companies are still working remote?
Yes. I joined Capgemini in November of 2019. It was the first time I've ever been in a completely remote role. Previously, I would probably go into the office 2 days a week, but I still had the ability to be physically in an office and interact with people. I had to shift over my mentorship search algorithm, I guess. Working remotely, the best thing to do still is to go through your organization. Every organization will have a hierarchical, my accent is coming out, a hierarchical chart. Is that how you say it? Like a hierarchy?
Yeah.
So you'll have like the director, SVPs, VPs, and AVPs, all of that. So I go through that, look at the different people, look them up on LinkedIn, see their work history, see how they're involved in progressing, and either, whether it be I admire their leadership skills or I admire how they use their technical skill sets, I reach out to them and basically let them know. It could be formal or informal. Reach out to them, let them know, this is who I am, this is where I want to be. I admire this about you. Let's set up a bi-weekly coffee and chat. And that's one thing too, even with my company right now in my direct hiring group, I set up a once a month meeting where we just spend 30 minutes and talk about nothing but our lives. No work talk. Sometimes we do get off tangent. We're like, no, this is coffee and chat. We're just supposed to chat. everyone brings a cup of tea, water, or coffee, and we just chat.
Yeah. All right. And then, so your whole mantra about life is living uncomfortably. And when we spoke before, you mentioned that it was always kind of something that you did and you challenged yourself. But for some of those who are just trying to get outside their bubble, what would be some beginning steps or beginning talents or jobs or activities that they can do to try to challenge themselves to start living like that?
I love that question. As I was preparing for this conference, I was going over instances where I did step outside of my comfort zone, and I noticed that I narrowed it down to two people. There's two different kinds of people. People who feel safe to step out their comfort zone, and people who just push themselves to step out their comfort zone. If you're a little nervous about anything, maybe that means that you need a little safe haven, a little safe token. And when I first started at Citi, that little haven for me was the employee resource groups, the relationships I built with different colleagues across the organization, where I felt empowered. Like if I wanted to throw that potluck, I felt empowered to do it because I had practice from the different events that I organized in the organizations, or the fact that I knew at least one person would show up, you know? So having that feeling did help me find some strength in doing it. And living uncomfortably in my career, I had like the other side of stepping outside of your comfort zone. I had to just find strength within myself. In my degree, I stepped into classes with 500 students where 5 were women. And out of those 5 women, I was probably the only Black one. And even in my career now, I go into the office, there's a lot of older white men, especially like in cloud and networks. And I just had to find strength and be okay with it, because if the reason I'm here today were because other women did it. And in order to keep going, I need to have that strength with me. And I do mentor a lot, especially like newer graduates in their career. That way that we are all coming up together. It's just so romantic, but not like that.
And then kind of a follow-up question from Allie. How do you live uncomfortably but still feel like you have a plan? I love that.
Hi, Allie. My plan, my 5-year plan, I change that almost every day. But the main thing that I look forward to, my plan is, how am I going to grow today? I wake up every day and think about what challenges are going to arise and how am I going to choose growth over comfort. I don't really have a solid plan, and I'm okay with it. I'm following my heart. I'm pursuing my career in whatever sense I feel fits for me. So that's my plan. I don't really have a solid plan.
If you could go back and tell your younger college self something, what would it be and why?
There's a lot I could tell my I was so lost before I switched. So as a freshman going into my sophomore year, I had to make a really tough decision. I started FSU as a computer science student. I had a full ride scholarship, never had to like pay for anything. That was great. But I wasn't fulfilled in my classes. At the end of my freshman year, I took a course with Christy Chapman because I missed having web development and doing that part of programming. I was tired of C++. And that's when I noticed that there was a change in the culture in the classroom. That's what was missing. It wasn't my studies, it was the classroom. And I took a couple more IT courses and I fell in love with it. And I really had to struggle. Do I push through? Sure, I was great at programming, that's fine. But do I push through in a degree that I didn't feel so excited to show up to class for, just so I can have a full ride for college? Or do I risk it, have 2 to 3 internships a semester to really enjoy my college experience? So one thing I would go back and tell myself is to do it, which I did. But that college isn't there for fun. College is there to prepare you for the workplace. College is an investment in yourself. Sure, have fun, but make sure that your degree is going to help you land a job, help you pay for the life that you imagine, and also pay for your student debt. Yeah.
Very important. Dawn asked, how do you face the adversity of being a child of immigrant parents, and what motivates you to keep striving for more?
I find a lot of strength in my cultures. I find a lot of strength in my family. Knowing, I'm getting a little bit emotional, but knowing everything that they've risked and knowing how far that they've come, and knowing that I am their dream. I am the vision of their dream. I am the child of their dream. So I find a lot of strength in that. And that helps me a lot with not giving up and to keep striving. That's, yeah, the love of my culture and the love of my family.
I love that. You're making me cry too. Oh God. Okay. So another question. Another question is, how you mentioned that you like to be involved in your community. So especially with COVID, how are you making sure that you're still being involved and that you're making a difference outside of your work hours?
During COVID, I moved to a new city. It was really hard. I felt very alone here for a little bit. One way that I learned how to be more involved in my community was to go outside. I changed my car and got a bike instead. I always wanted to do that. Like 19-year-old Alyssa was like, I don't want a car. I don't want to have zero, I don't want to have carbon emissions. Let me have a bike. So I moved to a bike-friendly city, got a bike, and in the beginning, I had work, but nothing else to do outside of work or the hiking trails. But I would take my bike and ride down to different neighborhoods. And in one of the neighborhoods it was South Broadway, lots of thrift stores and restaurants. It's really cute. And I formed a relationship with one of the store owners, and she invited me over to dinner. I met a couple more community members, and that helped me feel more integrated into Denver. Outside of that, I have not volunteered much when it comes to helping Black and Brown communities, which is a big thing that I do in every city that I live in. Especially when I was in Dallas, I was heavily involved in the Black and Brown communities and helping kids access technology more. But yes, I'm still looking forward. Time's not up yet. We still have more chances to do it.
Okay, and our last question will be, how has a mentorship influenced your career?
Ooh. Hi, Natalie and Allie. Love you guys. How has mentorship influenced my career? It's helped me find more strength in my voice and more footing and what I really want. When I started my career, I made it a point that your manager for your first few years really dictate your success in your career. And if your manager is not open for your growth, not just technically, but personally, outside of their organization or team, then that's a bad sign for me. And also reaching out to different women, different Black women in the workplace, different Latin women in the workplace, and learning about not just their careers, but how their life has been impacted by their careers, and taking what I wanted and what I didn't want from that. So yeah, there's a book called Never Eat Alone. And I made that into a point where I would grab coffee once a week with someone in the office, or let's go eat lunch together, or even let's go do the yoga class that the gym has offering. So just getting to know people on a more personal level, that really helped my mentorship relationships.
All right, so I think we're going to wrap it up. I want to thank you for joining me today. And is there anything else that you wanted to add before we stop?
Before we end today, I just want you to think about how you'll be stepping outside of your comfort zone. Better yet, how will you choose to grow moving forward? Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys.